Welcome to the Dungeon House, where a bunch of regular people with regular jobs gather to play Dungeons and Dragons. We aren't professionals, so if you hear food ASMR or a baby in the back, just understand it's normal. This show is recommended for those 13 and up. The music you'll hear is brought to you by William Heaton and various other artists. We're glad that you're here to share in the fun and laughter, as well as the challenges along the way. So come on into our home, take a seat on the couch, and enjoy the Dungeon House.
Look, it was shorthanded. I gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, do it.
Woo! Does that mean we're on?
Is that on?
Is that us?
Hey, there we are.
Wow.
Yep, that's
Hi,
us.
friends.
Hey.
Hey,
Yeah, live.
welcome to the Dungeon House.
Dungeon.
Dungeon.
Anyways,
Why are we repeating it?
Dungeon.
Like mood lighting in here.
We're not that fancy.
the mood lighting.
Like her red lights on, and then David's background looks all cool.
I have a TV
I
and
feel
the glare on my forehead.
Whoa! I haven't gotten nice ones.
Things it blends in. What can you do?
I'm cool.
One of these days will be cool.
Maybe one day.
All right. So, for those who don't know, this is a Dungeons and Dragons podcast and stream. This is going to be the first episode of this new campaign. We're excited to see where it's going to go.
We are
Um,
family friendly too, as best as our abilities.
But we're going to have fun. Anyway,
Because regular families don't.
families don't know how fun.
That is, you're not wrong.
We're
Anyway.
family friendly, but also fun.
Mhm. So,
No.
as an introduction
With
for our players tonight, we will start off. We have, I'll just shout out and then raise your hand and wave at the people. We have Brandon. Look at Brandon, he's so cute. We have Joy. Joy. We have David.
Hey guys.
My name disappeared.
We have Kyle. Starting on this side of me, depending on which way you're looking, this is my lovely wife, Faith. That's Tori.
I'm Tori.
And this
but
is
you're
McKay.
forgetting one.
Oh, and Tori's baby.
Woohoo! Yeah.
And McKay.
Hi, friends.
Yeah.
Whoa. Oh.
Can you see my belly? Because wouldn't that be weird if
Oh, there you
like,
go.
and that's her kid, and
What's the child?
Where'd you put him?
Wait, you're pregnant?
Well,
Oh, surprise!
Surprise!
congratulations. And I'm going to be the DM for this game.
His name's Chase.
My name's Chase.
He's cute.
Chase.
I like him.
Stop. You're gonna make me blush. Yeah, so I think we're just gonna, jump into this D&D thing. If you've ever seen a D&D thing before, then you know what's going on. If you don't, well, enjoy the ride. It's fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. To start off with, I kind of want to set a little bit of kind of the mood. So, as we kind of start our story here, think of it kind of like a movie scene. Like you have this visual where you look out and you see this beautiful green field. Out in the distance, you can see like a grove of trees and kind of a cobbled path that leads up. And as kind of the camera pans, you see in the distance here there groups of houses, all different styles and different variations from different cultures and things like that. And the camera pans and kind of rests on a larger, more estate-like building with more of the rice paper windows and the earthy colored wooden beams, more of the Oriental-esque style of a house. And as the camera kind of keeps going, and it brings us towards this, we go into this window, into one of the rooms on the second floor of this building, and inside is a girl sitting at her desk, furiously writing things down, reading books. David, would you like to describe your character for us and the audience?
Yeah, would love to. My character's name is Alia. She is about 5'8", about 120 pounds. She is a half elf and about the age of 20. She has brown hair with like blue dyed streaks in it. And yeah, that's Alia.
What's Alia doing to start off her morning today?
She's probably journaling and writing down kind of the research that she's performed over the last couple of days. Just making notes and making sure she remembers the research she's been doing.
Yeah. I imagine that you spread out across your desk. You have a bunch of different books from various resources. One of them, you can like read the title. It's like folklore of Yavna. Others have hinting towards more like the mysterious monstrosities of the Rovine, things like that. As you keep reading and studying these books, eventually, though, you do hear a call from downstairs. Alia, are you awake? You know this to be the kind of manservant of your family, Dimitri.
Yes,
Alia?
Dimitri, I'm awake. Just doing some reading.
Well, it's getting fairly close to the Seekers. They're coming. Are you all the way ready? You can hear them outside the door.
Yeah, I for the most part, yeah. I just need to gather out a couple of things.
Okay. Just hurry, and you can kind of hear like the as he kind of quickly walks away. As you kind of pack up your things, what's some of the things that you grab? Yeah.
Probably she's gonna grab the books she's been reading for sure. She's definitely gonna grab those books. And then she's going to make sure she grabs just like her normal I guess the kit that she's prepared for what's coming. Which I imagine would be, a little bit of rations, cooking utensils, and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, awesome. And so you grab your kit, you kind of make sure everything's squared away, you kind of dot your T's and cross your I's, so to say. And you kind of open up the sliding door, letting even more light in through the as you exit, you're greeted by the beautiful inner courtyard of your home, where you can kind of hear the birds chirping in some of the trees, looking at some of the grounds, the beautiful gardens. In the distance, you hear, one of those the bamboo fountains that they have, where it fills up with water and then dunk, and then like tips back over and fills up and then dunk, kind of going on. Some running water features, etc. And it's a beautiful day outside. In the distance, you can see may look like a little bit of a cloudy sky, but nothing too abnormal from where you're from. As you walk down the stairs, where do you head first?
Um, mm. She would probably go to the kitchen, go grab like a pastry or just a small something that she's probably prepared in the past or like the day before prior, just a little snack.
Awesome. So you walk to the edge end of the kind of the row on this open inside balcony of your house, and then you walk down and just turn the left right to the kitchen. You step inside, and the familiar smells of your own cooking kind of hit your nose, and it's almost like a satisfying feeling just to kind of like remember the good times that you've had here, and just in kitchens in general. Though, as you do open the door and kind of more come to your senses, you realize that sitting at the little dining area that's part of the kitchen, not the full dining place that is set aside in your home, but just in this little spot, is your mother, like eating what looks to be like some bread with maybe like some jam on it, kind of hurriedly, just looking over what looks to be a paper and kind of just speed reading it. She, as you slide open the door, she goes, "Oh, Alia, you're awake."
Yeah. Good morning, Mother. How'd you sleep?
Good. I was up for most of the night, kind of going over some of these ledgers. Some of the newer members have, broken some of the equipment again and other things like that, but just regular things you have to deal with when you're a professor. But how are you feeling?
I'm nervous, but I spent a lot of time studying yesterday, so I think I'm ready.
Now, you know that you don't have to prove anything out there. I want you to know that. You'll always be my little girl. I love you. I want you to know that.
Thanks, Mom. I know, and I just want to make Dad proud.
I understand that. There's many ways to make people proud, and I'm glad that you're trying this out. But please just be safe. It's not always a perfect system.
I'll be safe, Mom. You don't have to worry. I spent a whole bunch of time studying, and I'll be okay.
At that, I imagine that you kind of approached her a little closer, and she'll kind of reach out your hand and kind of take it and give it kind of a soft squeeze. And I know that's my girl. Just keep studying. That's how you can overcome them. Really important.
Thanks,
I'm
Mom.
really looking forward to seeing you back here as soon as I can.
Yeah, hopefully I'll get accepted, and then we can celebrate.
And you kind of see her face is like a little bit sterner after you say that, and she's like, I hope so too. At that moment, you can kind of hear from outside the sound of like carriage wheels kind of like like kind of rolling across the cobblestone road just in front of your home, and she says, I think that might be them.
Well then, I guess I'm off.
I guess so. One thing first, and like she'll get up, and it's not something that usually happens. She's definitely not the type of person to usually do this, but she gives you a hug. It's kind of stiff because she's not normally comfortable with doing that kind of action anyways, but it's as warm as you can tell that she can give.
Yeah, just return the embrace, and I guess not really know what to say, and just, all right, Mom, I'll see you soon.
Okay, be safe, okay?
Yep, I will.
Always watch your back. Make sure that you do what's right, but don't do what's right in order to get yourself in danger. And be safe, okay?
Okay, Mom. Yes, I will do that.
All right. Okay. And she'll kind of like do the mom thing where she walks you to the door and keeps talking to you, like giving you advice. And make sure you eat breakfast and,
Yep.
and lunch.
Yep.
And always change your socks. If you have sweaty feet, that can really lead to hurting the skin down there, like leading to disease and stuff like that. And, like
Mom,
she like literally
yeah.
walks you out, like you're halfway out onto the like little walkway up to the house, and she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You'll do great."
All right. I will see you soon.
Okay. I love you.
Love you too, Mom.
And then you see, as you kind of turn around, riding on the carriage is what looks to be this old man with like kind of crazy white hair, and sitting on his shoulder is this hawk. But instead of it being kind of like the head almost looks like it has like a wooden mask on it, with like fur coming out of the back of it. And where the eyes on this mask are, you can kind of see like what looks to be like little red lights on it. He's standing up, kind of riding it, and then another man, this one being a Goliath, is kind of standing by the door. He's got kind of these shorter, more shaved, kind of militaristic haircut, and he opens up the door for you, and he's like 3 feet taller than you. And he says, "Good morning."
Good morning.
He'll open up the door, and as you get in and settle down, he kind of jumps onto a little spot on the back of the wagon where he has his chair, and then it kind of ploddles along off on the road. The view kind of zooms out as it kind of heads down the road. All right. With this, the view kind of changes, going from this one to a different scene. Also, good weather. It's sunny, but the sun is lower here in the sky. It's looks almost to be getting close to like mid-afternoon to almost dusk time. Out in a field, you see a man wearing simple clothing, and he looks to be tilling the earth, kind of working the field. McKay, would you be willing to describe your character for us?
Yeah, so my character's name is Barenn. He is a human. As Chase said, he is wearing very simple clothing. Boots are worn, muddied. Pants are just plain, with kind of just a plain, like, pale shirt that has like the strings that tie it. You know what I mean? Looking at his left forearm, there is some sort of what looks like a burn mark, or branding mark that you can see. And then when you kind of look more at his face, you can see that he has a large beard that kind of comes down to like the middle of his chest, with like long wispy hairs. Like it's not a very kept beard. And it covers the majority of like his face, kind of coming over here and down. And it's kind of hard to tell his age just based off that. It could look like he's in his anywhere from his like 20s to 30s and kind of upper 30s or whatever. He has purple eyes, light purple eyes. And his hair is long. It's the top portion of it is pulled back into a bun, and the rest of it hangs kind of towards his shoulder blades. So pretty long all the way down. If you met him, he's kind of like one of those people that you'd want to invite to a bar or punch in the face.
It's a good way of describing it. Yeah, you're you see kind of this man, for the audience sake. He's out working the fields. What have you been able to accomplish with today's work?
Today I have tilled the fields. Well, finishing tilling the fields. I've picked all the green beans that are currently in season.
Bean.
You got to get them green
The
beans.
beans. Tended to the cattle. Just things that you do.
Nice. Awesome. So as you're just close to finishing up your work, behind you, you kind of see a shadow get cast upon the ground. As you kind of like, take a step back, like, whoa, someone's behind me. It wasn't quiet, like you could kind of hear something approaching, but you turn around and you see Durgan. He's this kind of older looking dragonborn. As you look at him, brass dragonborn, I should say. Half of his face is kind of slumped, like almost like he had a stroke at one point. And he like in that same side, he's like kind of holding a cane in his arm, like in his hand, kind of steadying himself up. And in the other hand, he has what looks to be like some sort of package that he's holding. He says, "Well, that looks pretty fine for me.
There's still work to be done.
Yeah, but you got your own things to go and worry about.
We have time.
You always like pushing the envelope, son.
You know me.
That's true. Always and he like kind of picks up the cane, kind of shakes it at you like the old man he is, and says, "You always, pulling those old tricks out of your book, eh?" And then he kind of sets it back down and, "Yeah, well, I really appreciate all you've done the past 3 years. It's gonna be hard to see y'all leave. Yeah. I want you to know as you're traveling to Felsau, if you see my son, say hi to him."
Of course.
Yeah. Well, never really was very good with these, goodbye things, but I made this for you. And he holds out the package.
I'll take the package. Thanks. And I guess I'll open it right in front of him.
He kind of like but it's fine. He doesn't like go like, wait. This isn't like one of those gifts where I'm supposed to be here. But no, you open it up and you find that inside is a chessboard that you can tell it's not like made like super elegantly, but it is like you can tell it's been made with love. Something that he has handcrafted himself. Through like whittling down each and every single piece to like making the board itself, and like the tiles, like where I don't know if that's the right phrasing for it, if it's tiles, but you know what I'm saying. He actually wood burned them in, and so in each of like kind of the darker areas, it kind of has like a different pattern that he kind of burnt into it. And so where the white stuff is, the white space is, and it's just blank, but the other places have these interesting patterns.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're the best in the village, so I figured you might as well have and he kind of blushes at this, the best chess board in the village.
I'm only good because of you.
You're just making stuff up. Anyways,
Yeah, you're right.
yeah. How many games did I win again?
Let's not talk about that.
We probably shouldn't. I know I got you at least once for sure. The other ones may have been flukes, but
Yeah.
I got you at the time when we were at the tavern and you were not really of sound mind, let's say. But he kind of like laughs a little bit jovially and kind of pats you on the shoulder. Because he's fairly big still. He stands like almost a head taller than you.
Yeah.
And he will just say to you, it's a dangerous world out there, but I really do believe you can make a difference.
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
Well,
I'll finish up here and then we'll get on the road.
well, I guess might as well help you so that way you can get a little bit earlier start. And he kind of walls over to kind of like a little cobblestone like fence that's around this little pasture or this little garden patch. And he grabs one of the other hoes and steadying himself on both the cane and the hoe, he starts kind of helping you till. And then kind of where this scene fades away. All right. Next up, as it kind of pans over to about the same time, actually, the sun's still in the same place in the sky. You see this woman clad in armor, most of it being like creams to white colors, with kind of this shoulder cape that's almost pure white, and on the backside is orange. She's walking through a city, and there's two people dressed fairly similarly, but a little bit differences in their clothing. On each of their armors, somewhere you see the symbol of the Celtic knot that is known as like the Trinity or the Triquetra. Where it has like the 3 points of interlocking loops as it keeps going. She seems to be kind of flanked with them, kind of jovially talking, and as they continue walking, eventually they kind of come to the edge of this town where it kind of reaches more of a taller hill, and at that point, they kind of take a moment and stop. Faith, I would like you to describe what your character looks like as it's one of these three figures.
Oh. So my character's name is Opal, and she's awesome. She is a human, and I don't remember what we determined her height is. I'm short, so I'd make all my characters short, but I don't think she's short. So we'll say 5'6.5". Yeah, that's still kind of short. It's taller than me. Okay. So she's that. I don't know her weight, and we're not going to disclose that. But
Never ask.
But yeah, so she has blue eyes, not dark blue, but not super light blue. So a good mixture of that. Not quite turquoise either. Something like that. You picked the color, so. And hard to explain, but some babies are born with like a blonde hair that eventually fades to dark, such as myself. It's really exposing myself. But anyway, she has that kind of a hair color, so it's not exactly white and it's not exactly blonde. It's a mixture of both, so kind of like a platinum blonde, but not so bright. So just a really light blonde. In 2 braids, off to go. Here she goes. She's 23, so paint that picture, armored up, ready to go with my 2 palios that will be explained who they are.
Yeah. So as you turn around, you can kind of tell that your dad, who is getting a little bit older in years, you see it, this elven man, who is a little bit actually more stout than most elves. You can tell he's kind of hit the gym in his previous life, but now he's kind of got the dad bod, so it's a little bit thicker. Probably was like a quarterback in high school if he played football, but now he's like kind of like he's got a little bit more of the dad bod. Yeah, you guys get the picture.
Okay.
And then standing next to him is kind of still slender, his wife, your dad Tarek, kind of a little bit huffing and puffing. He's like, whew, kind of forget how big Felnor is. It's grown so much since the last 300 years when it was founded. Oh my gosh. Whew.
At least you're trying. So, doing a good job.
And you see your mom kind of like snickers at that, and he blushes, and your mom gives you kind of puts out a hand to do a fist bump, and she seems like, man, Opal, we're gonna miss your wisecracks. You brought so much light to our lives.
Well, I sure do appreciate all that you've done for me, and even walking me thus far, even though it's a challenge for some. So,
Hey, I heard that.
yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good, right? Yeah, just shake it off. We're good. Cool.
Yeah. And now you know the directions to Fell South. You know how to get there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. You keep heading down this road,
Okay.
and it's the only road you need to go down. It's the main road.
Okay, no lefts.
No lefts, no rights.
What about
Okay?
right? Yeah, you just said no rights. Okay.
Well,
Choose it.
choose the right. Do what's right, but don't go right.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
What if it's not right? Go left. Okay.
Yeah. But there's no. It's like a straight road. It's a straight and narrow road that you're gonna go down.
Okay.
In life and this road as well.
Okay. Straight and narrow. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. You remember that.
Okay.
We don't want you going all curvy on us, on different roads, unknown paths. Okay.
Okay. Not gonna make a comment there. Okay.
Hey. And the dad says, "Back in my day," and then she elbows him really hard, keeping that comment from being said. Look, after he kind of gets his breath, he's like, "Look, Opal, we really do love you. We understand that it's been kind of a hard choice to do this, but I want you to know that both your mother and I've always been supportive of this choice, and I'm really glad that you're going for it."
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Y'all already know. I've already talked to you plenty of times, but I gotta do this. I know it contradicts basically everything ever, but I gotta do this, even if it's really hard. So even you just saying that means a lot.
Yeah, I get that. I know it seems like it's definitely not what a lot of the other members want. Especially old warrior Gideon. He's always saying things like, "Oh, make sure that Opal is protected, and don't let her eat the dirt." That's really good for kids to eat dirt.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yep.
Anyways.
I mean, the name's it's Opal.
Yeah, I know, right?
No,
Yeah.
I'm bonding with. Okay.
Anyways. But you get the idea that we want you to know that you're not making the wrong choice. This is how it's always been. This is not something that's. I feel like you and everyone has had to do a journey like this at one point in their life. And so just keep your head up. Choose what's right, like your mom said. Don't go off the path.
Yeah.
And if we ever need your help, we'll come call it. But we want you to do what's right for you. And he kind of starts getting a little teary-eyed because he's an old softy. And then he'll kind of walk up and give you a big hug. So it's your mom. It's kind of like a nice group hug, family bonding moment. For a little while of this embrace, you finally separate and say, "All right, got a long walk, so you gotta be safe, all right?"
Yep.
Okay. Well, see you when we see you.
Okay. Opal will start walking and immediately take a right.
Wait. Hey, you.
I had to do it. Okay, just straight in there. Here we go.
Okay, you got me. And then they'll just kind of stand there on the top of this hill, overlooking the city behind them. You heading towards the fields following this main road down. You can see on the path there's other travelers walking, but it's probably one of the first times in your life that you haven't had someone by your side, and it's almost exhilarating feeling. You're like, the weight of like this choice is finally being able to settle in and hit you of what you're doing. And at that moment, this scene kind of fades away.
Can I share mental state later?
Yeah.
If it fits.
Sure.
Okay.
But we're going to switch to the next character. We switch over to a place where it's actually really kind of dark, like twilight time now, where the sun has definitely set and there's still just a little bit of light out. And outside you can see what looks to be these gnarly brambles of trees and have a thick wooded area outside of this house. As it kind of zooms in, you can kind of tell that inside this building it's like maybe only like a 2-room place with candlelight only. And all around the walls and hanging from the rafters, you see different herbs and different roots and different types of like plants and just dried things for making different remedies and stuff like that. And sitting at a table is Kyle. Would you like to describe your character?
Sitting at this table, standing at a solid height of 3 feet and 1.5 inches. You see this measured and everything. You witness this wrinkly old man just sort of sitting there, sort of at that stage in life where his eyes are sullen in, where it always looks like he's tired and restless, but in reality it's just because he is old. He's got these 2 large ears with droopy earlobes that haven't seen a tight earlobe in years. And as you sort of dressed in this patched together leathery type of an outfit, as he's sort of fumbling around with this like black obsidian knife, almost like trying to carve something on a piece of wood, trying to get ready. Yeah, he's also bald.
Nice.
Shiny dome.
Shiny dome. Not polished though.
No. Like bald loosely, like wispy hair everywhere. Maybe like lesser haired man.
I like it. So, out of the corner of your hearing, because it's sometimes a little hard to hear, you hear from the other room this kind of crackly old voice as well, going, "Moss! Moss, are you in there?
Yeah.
Moss!" And you see like this very old human lady that's like super bent and bowed, like she's got like the humpback and stuff like that, and got like the old like grandma cowl on and stuff like that, and she kind of waddles into the room. Moss! Ah. And she kind of like squints and like looks, but she's only like 5 feet away. There you are. And she'll like kind of waddle over and grab a chair and like and then like pull it over right next to you and kind of plops down on it, like there you are. What you working on? And she kind of looks at what you've been doing.
I was waiting for you to get your hump back in here so I could tell you goodbye.
Hey, you know I'm a busy lady. I got things with my shop and all the things that I'm trying to get done.
Yeah, keep yapping.
Oh, I swear, one of these days I'm gonna pull your nose right off your face and make you eat it. It's big enough that you could get a whole meal.
And you'd like it too. That's the worst part. Crazy.
And you can see she's getting a little flustered. Well, I'll have you know that I am a trained physician, and I don't need to take this sort of thing from you. But
Physician. Yeah, right. I'll
saved
remember
your
that.
life, didn't I?
Yeah, okay, Pan. You're right.
Anyways, and she kind of like settles back down, kind of forgetting maybe what has been said in the past couple minutes. She says, "Look, remember, you need to get hidden on the road soon, and you're looking for the Vigil's outpost in Lethanor.
Lethanor?
Lethanor. It's just due south from here. It might be a day's journey if you're fast. You're not fast, so give it 2 days.
Shut
Better
up.
get going." I swear, one of these days I'm gonna
Hey,
I'm gonna find you and turn you into goo.
you need me, so you can't do that yet.
When I don't need you, I'll do that. But
It's a day's journey.
day's journey. So, and remember, tell them that you're looking to join and do what's good. Don't treat people mean. Don't do what's bad. They'll be able to help you.
I know what I'm doing.
They'll be able to help us.
Don't worry. You scratched my back, I'll scratch yours.
Okay. Look, before you go, I made you something. Not because I like you, but because I want you to succeed, actually. And
A gift.
not a gift. It's
Is this
something
gonna-
to help you, to help me.
Is this gonna be like the last thing you gave me?
Maybe, but probably not.
Alright.
And she'll hold up, you see this kind of very like burlap sack-esque cloak. And on the cloak in different places are like these very like different these patches that are sewn together with different symbols on them. One of like a door, one of like a window, one with like that portrays like two dogs. And the sewing isn't done with like thread. It's done with like actually grass weaving inside the burlap thread to make these patterns on these patches. It's kind of like a more dark brown cloak, and then which really stands out from the patches being this bright dry grass color. Now, if you ever need anything, look on the patch, pull it off, and it gives you that thing. Okay?
Alright, then I'll trust you. Makes me look a little flashy, don't you think?
And I'll help you get in too, because you'll be actually impressive.
Shut up. You know I could do it back. Whatever.
Well,
As
you
see,
need to get going.
as you see, stands up his all 3 feet. Dan, it's been a pleasure. I'll be back before you know it. Just don't die on me while I'm gone.
I'm not planning on it. And she
Alright.
kind of sticks out her hand for a handshake.
Yeah, you watch as Moss sort of hesitates for a second, and then like reaches out and just like taps the hand and then pulls it back. It's, I like it, man, but
She would try to like grab your hand and like look you in the eye, like and
Alright.
hold you.
Okay.
So like you like kind of go for like the pat, and then she like grabs your hand. And, like it's actually quite surprising how strong her grip is. And she says, "Look, remember your promise, okay?"
don't worry, Pan. I
And
remember.
then she'll shake your hand and like let you go. Now get out of here. Stinking out the place, anyways.
As he stretches his back, everything pops. Be back before you know it. And he just watches this short
Don't
little
bring the
man.
smell this time.
Smell. Shocked you can smell with that clogged thing up there. As you watch him open up the
She
door.
gets really fussy.
Moss heads
Yeah,
out.
as you head out, it's still a little bit of that twilight hour. Heading down the old path among these old trees, and the scene changes. This time, going to more of a night scene. But it zooms in on this almost immaculate palace. Inside is these beautiful vases and beautiful marble columns kind of holding up the inside. You see servants kind of running from room to room, helping, cleaning, dusting, things like that. And as it zooms around, you come to this single room, and inside of it is like, the typical like princess bed with like the four posts and like the drape and like the big standing mirror to the side. And in the center of the room stands a woman clad in full armor, kind of looking at herself in the mirror. Tori, would you like to describe what your character looks like?
Ooh, I would love to. My character is Adelaide Brighter, and she is about 25 years old, and she is... I'm so glad I wrote all this down, because if not, we'd be struggling. She's like 5'10", 5'11", very pale skin, and you would think that she just is human, except for there's some differences that kind of set her apart that lead you to believe that she has a little bit of celestial energy, and that is that her very, very, very light hair, as well as her freckles or spots on her face sometimes appear a little bit metallic, or when they catch the light, almost like rainbow. I'm not talking like My Little Pony rainbow, but like
If I can, like an iridescent pearl.
yes, pearly. She's so pearly and pretty, and yes, just looking about her at her things.
And just admiring. What are some of the things that you see as you kind of admire them? Like some of the things that like really stand out to you, like, I like that.
Well, she has an exquisite collection of silk slippers, organized by color as well as by make. And she has a few of her favorites up on display, sort of a little bit above the others, that are custom made from renowned shoemakers, both local and from afar.
You can see like one of the brands that like it's like on a plaque underneath the shoe. It says Cobbler and Cobbler and Sons.
She also, you can see, has some magic items that are kind of set a little bit more hidden. Perhaps stuff like crystals or enchanted jewelry that are a little bit more secure and safe, and looks like they haven't really been touched. It's more just for collection purposes. And then other things, a vast variety of perfumes and smells, face creams. There's quite a few pillows on her bed, all of them embroidered and just very beautiful, of the finest make and material.
Yeah, they're like the huge fluffy pillows.
Yeah.
Like you would never, like a normal person would never think to use a pillow like that,
Yeah.
but you find a way.
Yes.
It's difficult, but it's possible.
It's been done.
As you're kind of just admiring the things that you've been able to put on display in your room, just really soaking up the atmosphere that you've created, you hear a knock on the door.
Enter.
As you say that, kind of busting in, like kind of fast, you see your father. This kind of bigger man, really quite tall, with kind of speckled black and white hair. and like a really strong jawline and stuff like that. With like the hint of like a really well kept beard, like to kind of show sophistication and age. He like walks in. Adelaide, where are you? Oh, there you are. My beautiful daughter. And he kind of comes up and like embraces you. I was looking for you, and you can tell that he's like seems excited for him. He's usually not like really this like boisterous in a sense.
Father, you seem a little bit
Yes.
more jovial than normal. Are you really that excited to see me leave?
No, not at all. No, I'm sorry. Maybe this will explain. I got you something.
Oh,
And he says, Pablo? And he claps. And you see this, like, it's hard to tell whether he's 16 or 30. He's like wearing a button-up shirt right now, but like it almost like his chest, he's just like probably as wide as he is tall. Like he's like built, but it's not no fat at all. Like he's built. Stacked. He like walks in, like the buttons are like trying to like they're struggling to hold it in. He like walks in like really briskly and bows to your father. He's like, Pablo, show Adelaide the gift that I got her. And he bows, and then he turns around, and on his back he's wearing this really immaculate backpack. It's got like gold and silver and embroidery, and it's like got like the main body of it is kind of like a white color, but then like the flaps and the pockets are more of like a dark mahogany, with like that gold and silver trim and stuff like that, and the buttons on it and all like the fittings are like made of gold and silver, kind of inlaid in one another, to make it really seem ostentatious. And on the back of the backpack, right, kind of like on the top of the flap, you see like this beautiful, like jade, inlaid stone on the backpack. And it's like glimmering and it's beautiful.
Father, this isn't what I think it is.
It is.
You shouldn't have.
This is why I'm so excited. That way you don't have to feel like you're leaving home. Back here, you can take a lot of the stuff, and you can take and he like reaches into it right now, and like he pulls out, and it's too big for it to like seemingly fit into it. He pulls out like this like luxurious bedroll. See, you can take one of these, and he pulls out like a pillow and that, and he like pulls out this like 4-person tent and sets it on the ground. I was really excited to show you this. It reminds me of the days that we used to go hunting in the forest together when you were a little girl.
That we were crazy for enjoying roughing it and going out into the wilderness and such good memories.
I know we really are different than most of the noble folk here in Theodore. It's nice to show the rougher side. Am I right?
True, this is every traveling lady's dream.
Well, I figured since my little girl, my little star, is going to be going out into the world, she needed something like this, something that can help carry her burdens, and that comes to my second gift, Pablo. And he claps, and then he realizes Pablo's still right next to him. But Pablo bows again, and he's like, "Oh, yes. I would like to send Pablo with you."
Well, that would be marvelous.
That
Pablo
way,
is wonderful.
That way you have someone who can carry your things for you, such as this backpack and other things that you might find on your journey. I know that you do like to shop.
I do love to shop. I want to miss him. He's one of the best servants that we have.
I know, but alas, we will have to make do without him. I had to choose someone that I knew could get the job done. And then Pablo like bows again. He like seems to be almost like sweating bullets, but also like poker facing it.
Pablo, this is just going to be a dream. Though I do imagine it will be quite difficult and even at times treacherous.
And he'll like he'll just like it doesn't know. And like kind of like looks like if he should doesn't know if he should talk or not. So he just kind of stays there quiet, just like kind of like trying not to get caught between the powers of the nobility and being squished underneath. Well, I know that you probably need to get going. It's not too far of a journey, but it's still quite a distance, and so it's important for you to get on the road. I'll walk you to your carriage, and he kind of holds out his arm to like escort you.
Yes, Father.
Now, I do hope you understand. Your mother's feeling just a little bit under the weather, and she decided to kind of spend the night indoors. But she wishes you the best. She hasn't been feeling the best lately, so.
All right, I don't think she has quite the constitution that we have.
That is very true, especially the legality. My bad. I thought you were. Anyways, the other constitution. Because they rule. So as he walks you down towards and it's like kind of surprising. It still surprises. It doesn't surprise you because this is what you. But in Pablo's mind, it still surprises him how big this house is. Like if we were able to see the inside of Pablo's brain, he would be like, "Man, this is so far." As if you walk past like bedroom after bedroom after bedroom, and like you're the only daughter. It's so like he walked like so far to get to like the stables. Eventually, he opens up the door, and you see this beautiful, immaculate, like brown, like carriage with like a team of like 6 horses in front of it, with like the driver all ready to go, and like you see like a couple of guards like kind of already like standing like close by, like on horses to kind of give you a ride along protection, I guess. And he will kind of walk up to the carriage and open the door and say, "Look, I know that you're going to do great. It surprised me and your mother when you told us that you want to take a break from your calling right now and focus more on this side of you. But we really want to see you go out there and really show the Brightor name, really make us proud and spread the fame of our family all across the lands."
You have taught me well, Father, and I will make.
I know you will. And he pats your hand and says, "No, go and shine like the star you are."
I will.
And he helps you up, and Pablo gets onto like the carriage next to like the driver, still not knowing what to do. And your father will kind of close the door and sit there as the carriage kind of rolls out onto the street and continues on its way.
Kind of lean out the window and say, "Goodbye, I will write you."
I expect so. I will write you too. And then I'm sorry. My goodness, I've been talking too fast. Woo! Okay. As you kind of go down the road, it kind of gets a little bit quieter, and you take a moment just to kind of reflect on how exciting this new adventure is, and how it's so different than all the other girls of the nobility, and it's quite fun to think of the adventures that you get to go on.
Yeah.
Okay. With that, as the carriage continues to ride, we're going to side shift to our next character. So, switching now, it is more morning-esque time. Just like this early dawn time, as like the sun is rising. You can almost like sense like the dew on the grass and on the leaves and stuff like that, and you smell, and it's a wonderful smell. You look around, and it's a different city that you were just in, as this talking to the audience. And as you look around, you see that you're in a city that's massive, and yet trees are growing all around throughout the whole entire place. Many buildings are actually using these trees as part of like what holds up their walls and stuff like that, as it's almost nature first in this place, with many of the trees being taught instead to being cut down to grow into houses, being molded and shaped, and you see how they've tied strings to help branches grow into the correct positions to create rafters, and to create roofs, and to create different types of architecture. As we kind of settle down into a little campsite outside of the town, Joy, as we zoom in, making her little breakfast. What does your character look like?
So Pinkie is a little fairy. She is pink. Her skin is light pink. Her hair is kind of a darker pink, and she has these kind of flower-looking, kind of pastel pink wings. Her eyes are a very lovely shade of like a slightly darker pink. She's just pink. She's got this cute little pink witch hat that's kind of oversized for her head. And yeah, she's just wearing pink clothes. This is so pink.
Yep. She is just pink. I love that description. As you are seeing, what's some of the things that you're doing to get ready for your day of fun on the town, as you've just arrived to Lethanor, and you have a few hours before you need to report to the Vigil's outpost that you have been summoned to. So what would you like to do with the time allotted?
Yeah, so like you said, she's making her breakfast, and she's kind of singing to herself, singing about how happy she is to be on this adventure, and kind of thinking about all the friends she's gonna make today. I don't know.
Yeah. I think
yeah.
that's great. Like, you, as you kind of look around, you set up your camp within the city limits, but more like in basically like one of the city parks. Just kind of set up here. It was a good place. It was nice and pretty. There's many flowers around and stuff like that. And you see, kind of in the distance, what looks to be a young kid who has got like, you know how a lot of like wind fans, like how kids like kind of run around with them and like stuff like that.
Oh,
You see a little,
pinwheels?
yeah, pinwheel. That's what it was. I'm trying to figure out the name. You see a little kid kind of off in the distance, just running around with this pinwheel, just kind of having a good time in this park. And
Yeah, Pinkie is. I'm assuming she's done eating. She's gonna run up to the kid. She is 2.5 feet tall, so just about the size of this kid, right? She's gonna say, "Hey, that's a really pretty pinwheel you've got there. Where'd you get it?"
oh, thanks. This is my mom gave me this.
Well, how exciting!
My name's Vale. What's your name?
My name's Pinkie.
Oh,
Can I
it's
play
good
with
to
you?
meet Yeah, of course. Do you want to try out my pinwheel?
I would love to. She's gonna grab the little pinwheel and she's gonna fly like 2 or 3 inches off the ground and kind of just play with it. Go around to him.
His jaw just drops like, you can fly?
Yeah, I can fly.
Oh, that is so cool.
Well, thank you so much for letting me play. She's gonna hand him back the pinwheel. It's just them that's frozen for you guys, right?
Yep. And
Yeah.
this is the part of the stream where we lose our DM.
Yep. I was gonna say mine crashed earlier.
I know David was dying for a bit, and I was
Yeah,
like,
I was wondering what happened.
Yeah,
How
no,
long do you think it'll take for them to be back?
I don't know, but until I figure it out.
Here, I can be DM now.
all right,
The
you're DM
kid,
now.
the kid takes the pinwheel from you and he eats it.
Oh,
He
Just-
puts it in his mouth and he says, "Wow, it tastes just like bubblegum."
Oh, can I have a bite?
He's kind of confused, and he says, "Wait, is it not because of you? You're pink. I thought you
No,
tasted
maybe
like
I have
bubblegum."
secret powers.
Oh, he's chasing.
Hello?
our DM's back.
We could hear you explain the eating the pinwheel, but you guys couldn't hear us.
That was so funny.
Yeah, we couldn't hear you. Sorry about
That
that.
does happen, actually.
Forget I said
Yeah.
anything.
No, that's literally what just happened.
It's canon now.
It's canon now.
Take back.
You're not sure like what's going on in this place, but that kid seemed a little weird. That's about that. Normal kids
thinks
don't
it's hilarious.
act like that. And then
He doesn't know that.
Pinkie does not know that. Is there anything else that you would like to kind of do on the town with the next few hours? Like there, you know that there is a church to Joaquin, the god of trade. That's just a few blocks over, and you know that there is like usually like the midday markets that are set up in Lethanor. Like the town of Lethanor is your oyster, as they say.
I think Pinkie would just kind of stay around the park and she'd take out her lute and she'd sing for a while and talk to everybody, try and make some more friends. Probably if she found another pinwheel, she'd probably try to eat it.
You find the same pinwheel in a bush, like later on in the day. It does not taste like bubblegum, in fact. It's more of a butterscotch flavor.
I should get myself some more of these. These are fantastic. And she's gonna put the remnants in her bag to save for later.
Nice. Yeah, you have a lot of fun talking with people and stuff like that. I would like you to do a performance check, which is going to be
Okay.
the first roll for our.
Whoa! It's the first one.
Performance check. That's a 14.
Nice. Good. So as you perform here in the park, you have a lot of the people walking by, they like kind of like nod to it. And a lot of your songs, from what I'm gathering, are eclectic to say the least.
Rhyme about pinwheel.
In a sense, like like they're about pinwheels, they're about like having fun, they're about you know, bringing joy and happiness to every person and stuff like that.
Yeah, maybe a little bit nonsensical at times.
Yeah, just talking about like the joy of cupcakes and why cupcakes are great, make great friends and stuff like that. And a lot of people like kind of dig it, and there's some people that are kind of like seem a little confused. But most people are like, "Man, she's got pretty good talent. The lyrics are a little weird, but she's got talent." um, yeah. As you keep heading throughout the day, an older lady with kind of a more grandma-esque look, she says, "Excuse me, dearie, what are you doing here?"
I'm gonna go see the Vigil. I'm gonna try and join their ranks.
That's quite a feat to do. Well, good luck. I just happened to hear you're playing it, and I thought it was the sweetest thing I've heard all day, and I just feel like I should have come up to you and say, "Wow, really nice."
Thank you. That makes me so happy. What's your name?
My name is Grace.
Hi, Grace. My name is Pinkie. So nice to meet new friends.
Oh, it's so nice to meet you, dearie. And she says to you, "Say, would you like to help me feed the birds?"
I would love to. What are you feeding them?
Uh, I, I think some seeds and maybe some pieces of bread. Just something that, I had some scraps from dinner, and I think these are what birds eat.
Well, I have a cupcake. Can we feed them a cupcake too?
Yeah, I think so. And like
Yeah, go kill those birds.
you kind of set out the cupcake as like there's some birds kind of going around, and like you're kind of feeding these pigeons that are around. You put out like you kind of just throw the cupcake at one of them. They kind of like waddle over and kind of like peck at them, and then there's this crow that kind of swoops down and like grabs the cupcake and just like takes off with it, and then just like sits up in a tree, just like starts just devouring, like just ripping it apart, kind of
Wow, he
thing.
must love cupcakes. Too bad I don't have another one for him.
Well,
Or for the other birds.
Oh, at least a couple of them got pecked. Well, you have a good day. It was very good to meet you.
So good to meet you too. Maybe I'll see you around.
Yeah,
She's gonna wave.
we'll see. And she will walk off. And with that, as you kind of look at the time, you go, "Oh, it's about time for me to head that direction." You start kind of flying through the city, heading towards the Vigil's outpost in Lethanor. And that brings us to our last person to introduce. In a different part of the continent, the sun is a little bit higher here. It's not super early morning. You see water, a lot of it, and the sun hitting and shining off of it, and you can hear the call of gulls in the distance. A little ways off, you see a white sandy beach with different types of vegetation on it, and some big mango trees kind of growing up with these deep vines growing off of them, and different types of palm trees and coconuts, and different types of like driftwood and stuff like that littering along this beach. And out of this kind of white, clear, pristine water crashes up a man who'd been submerged. Brandon, I'd like you to describe your character.
Am I coming out of the water?
Yeah, you're like, yeah,
Mermaid.
yeah, like out of the like jumping out of it, like kind of coming out at that moment. Like, should I go one more time to like describe this? It's so awesome.
Like one of those slow motion.
Yeah, like
cologne
think of like
commercials. where-
they're holding the Old Spices to come out.
Yeah, I just like am supported as I rise out of the water. No, so my character, he um has mostly like dark features, like dark brown hair, very tan skin. He's spent a lot of time in the sun, and being so involved with like the ocean water, he has kind of those like beach waves, but mostly just kind of straight hair. That's kind of kind of long-ish, but he comes out of the water and he kind of pulls it back. He
It's like his hair,
wears
and like
yeah.
straight, like gets on the
Yeah,
camera.
I kind of have to like shake a little bit. The water glistens as the sunlight hits it. There's a little lens flare in the film production of this. Um, but I am like wearing clothes just like a light fabric, just to keep it modest, light fabric, like short, very breathable. Um, the light fabric could help it to dry easily as well. But I had this kind of ratty facial hair that's still short, and I guess that would be all I'm wearing if I was out for a dip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm barefoot. Don't want to get sand in the shoes. No one likes that.
Yeah. That's a no-go.
But yeah, I will as I come out of the water. I'll just kind of shade my eyes and look up at the sky. Just kind of, I like to keep tabs on the weather around these parts. It can change to the blink of an eye. So I don't want to really get caught in the middle of a storm or anything. But today seems pretty good.
Mhm. Yeah, you look out, maybe way out in the distance, you can see what looks to be like kind of gray along the lines. But you know it from someone who's been on the sea, like it's not uncommon to see a storm pass by where you live, heading towards a different part of the land and stuff like that. A lot of different It's not uncommon for like just normal small showers to hit like midway through the day, just for a brief time. As you kind of get your bearings on where you're at and how far you've gone, you look down to the net in your hand, and I'd like you to describe some of the catches that you've been able to get while you've been submerged.
So I've been down there, kind of looking around. Um, I have recently discovered that using cheese, you can attract many different kinds of fish, and quickly betray them. Which, I mean, it's looked down upon by most, but they're just fish. I have in my net, not many. I don't need that many right now, but I have like a one that's kind of drab in color, not very exciting, but when it lifts up its fins, there's a nice glossy blue in the scales. Um, and it's about the size of like a fish. There's another one that's yeah, it's super huge. Um, and there's another one that is kind of more uh, rust rust-like in color. Um, it looks as like kind of sharp needle-like fins. Um, and then there's a couple that are just uh, like your average bass. Um, but it's a pretty good catch. It's not the best, but it's pretty good. It's all right.
Yeah, this is definitely, it's not a catch for showing off. It's a catch for actually providing food.
Yeah, like it's nothing to write home about, but like it does the job, and I'm still happy with it.
Yeah.
So I'm like my job here is done.
It's nothing to write home about, but it is something to bring home.
Amen.
There we
Amen.
go.
As you're kind of like surveying your catch and stuff like that, you see along the beach, not far from where you're at, two figures walking towards you. Uh, as they approach, it's kind of hard to tell um, who they are, but you can definitely tell that they're wearing kind of the traditional garb that women wear in your culture, except one of them seems to be layered on more, and that's kind of what gives this away, that you're like, oh, okay, I know who these are. And you can tell that these are your two sisters. Telema, is that right? And then Adriel, as they are kind of walking hand in hand down the beach, kind of towards your location and towards kind of the clothes that you've kind of hung over one of the tree branches that's over the beach, and also like your kind of like shoulder bag and stuff like that, and different ropes and netting that you've kind of laid out on the beach for where you've been fishing today.
Yeah, I'll go up to like meet them. Go in that similar direction.
As soon as like you like kind of start coming out of the water, your little sister, Adriel, the one who's kind of bundled up more, as she approaches, you can see her wearing kind of this kind of thicker winter coat, almost a sense, underneath like kind of the normal like dress like style that they wear, and the ceremonial like mid wrap that they have. She's wearing these very thick clothing and like has fur wrapped around her sandals and stuff like that to keep her feet warm even. And it's every time you see it, it does kind of still strike you as odd that she wears this much layers in like perfect 80-degree weather. It kind of makes your heart sink a little bit. But as she runs up to you, says, Ren, look!" And she holds up this beautiful, like iridescent gel that's kind of almost in the shape of like a hand, that you could like almost see like where it'd be like webbed fingers together. And it starts off like in the center, like almost like a bright white, and then goes to like almost a dark blue. Then to the ends, it's like a red color. Look what look what Telena helped me find. Telena, I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. I'll say, "Oh, dang! Like, where'd you find that big old guy?" And I'll kind of like hold her in a way, like kind of like warm her up, kind of like rub my hand against her and stuff.
Yeah, you can tell that she's not shivering too much, but just a little bit. And as you kind of get a look at her face, it's like kind of that almost a little bit paler blue color that's slowly turning, and her eyes have that kind of glossy cataract-esque look to them. We found it just down the beach. It was between 3 coconuts. They were all like in a circle, and we knew that it was a gift. And that's why we dug right there, because we knew that the Queen of Pearls left us something. Because
That
that's
would
how
do
she
it.
shows signs. That's how she's shows signs to us, huh?
Yeah, and that's exactly right. Um, you're learning the ways of the tribe pretty quickly. And I'll
Thank
I'll
you.
look to Henna and just kind of like formally greet her as well.
She kind of gives like a nod. It's good to see you, Ren. How has the catch been today?
I'll show her the net and I'll say it's pretty good. It'll do for today.
Yeah, it looks good, and this is enough for us to dry and smoke to save for the next little while.
Yeah.
This will really help. I really appreciate you going out this morning. I know that those people that you talked to previously are coming, but I still really appreciate you being willing to go out and do this.
I appreciate you being willing to stay and kind of hold the fort down. I know I've said it before, but I'm sorry that I'm leaving.
I don't say that. As she kind of like sighs, and we know that it's necessary. We understand, and the shaman has talked with us, and he says there's nothing else that he can do. And she, as Adriel is kind of like now over, kind of playing with like a sea cucumber in like one of the tidal ponds, like kind of poking it, and you can see like it kind of like squirt out its little tongue and like kind of bring it back in. And she kind of giggles at it and then like kind of pokes it again. She kind of brings you in close and says, "Look, Mother's getting worse, and we don't know when Adriel's gonna start showing the severe signs. So if this is a chance, then it's worth it. Don't worry about us."
I hope I can make any sort of difference. I don't want this to just all be for nothing.
I don't either. And you can see in her eyes that she means that. But just as we've been taught, we need to have faith that the gods will provide. That as we follow each and every one of them, pray to them, and whatever we need, they will provide a way. It was Milo Salva who, after we prayed were to bring these hunters to our village, and who asked you to join them.
Yeah, I just know that the gods are rather fickle. I hope that they're just not just teasing us. They've done that before, but like you said, it's a chance, and I've got to chase it.
I agree. Come on. You should go say goodbye to Mother before you go. And as the three of you, like, as you kind of turn to start walking, you see Adriel has, like, grabbed the sea cucumber in her hands, and she kind of, like, walks up to you and, like, kind of squirts it, and, like, it like, squirts like it's just water, but, like, it's still kind of icky, and you're like, you...
Yeah, I'm like, put that down, sicko,
And she like runs back to the tile pool and puts it back in, and then she follows you, and you guys, she kind of runs in between you and your older sister, not your older sister, but her older sister, your younger sisters, and she kind of grabs both of your hands and just kind of holds you tightly. She's smaller than most of her age, of 13-year-olds, and it's almost kind of comforting to hold her hand, though how cold it is unsettling. As you continue to walk towards your house, you come to the banana leaf thatched. Not banana leaf. Banana leaves are not good for housing. Let me tell you what. But the coconut leaf thatched roof of it, and the simple wooden poles of the small hut with the cooking shack right next to it. You first step down the hall in the cooking shack, and Telena kind of goes to prepare the food. You step inside, and inside is the shaman of the village, and Orson, the village elder, kind of looking over your mother, kind of talking with her. She's seems a little bit more lucid than she usually is. She's sitting up, able to kind of looking around, though she is very much bundled up and has the same kind of white gaze as she kind of looks to you and says, with kind of a smile, Ren, So good to see you. How was your catch?
Seeing her like more lucid, I'll kind of get like a little more good sign, like she's getting better, kind of.
Yeah.
And I'll come in and I'll kind of show her, and I'll basically just explain the same thing I said to Henna. Like, yeah, dude, it's enough to feed us for a little bit. We'll have a good dinner, a nice warm fish. Hope that'll do you good.
Yeah. It's done us good this far. Baccia has been providing for us. She always has. I and you kind of see that she's kind of struggling to say something. She doesn't really know what words to say. But eventually she finds some, and she says, I want you to know that your father would be proud of you to go out and join these hunters. Something that he did when he was young, when he was your age. He would be proud of it.
I will. I mean, like when I see her, like kind of, like her voice kind of breaking a little bit, I will like hang up like all like my nets and like whatever I have. Not like take time to do it, but like quickly do it, and then like kind of rush over to be closer to her. And after she says that, I'll just kind of like I won't really say anything, but I'll just kind of like nod and yeah.
And it's kind of like a soft, quiet moment of both of you know the situation and sitting there kind of quietly, just holding each other, holding her hand and she holding yours. She kind of, for a second there, like kind of opens her eyes and says, "Oh, I almost forgot." And she reaches over to like where she's laying. There's a small chest that she keeps kind of close to her bed mat side, and she opens it up and she pulls out this cloth wrapping, and it's one that you recognize. It's your father's middle wrapper, his foo, and she kind of holds it there and like almost like it's sacred, and then turns to you and says, "If you're going away, I want you to have this." She proffers it, and you can see like these beautiful like white and maroon and orange colors, and with even some like different speckles of like different like cyans and greens and stuff like that, like partially throughout the fabric. And she holds it up to you.
I'll take a moment to like run my fingers along like I guess like this, like the textile, like the strips that make up this larger piece, and I'll just kind of say, this means more to you than it does to me. He's been gone for a while now. I feel like I don't deserve this.
You can kind of see that she kind of gulps in between like her teeth chattering from her body feeling cold. She says, "If you're going out there, I need someone that can watch over you no matter where you go. And with this, I know Tanel will always be there with you. Okay? So you're going to take this, so I know that you'll be safe."
I think right at this moment would kind of like quietly just like the quiet cry, like
Mm-hmm.
where it's like you're not even crying, but like your body's kind of just doing it whilst you're
Yeah.
doing something else. Um, and I'll take the fabric and just kind of like solemnly fold it up like on my lap. I assume like I'm kind of like sitting on the bed with her. I'll like
Yeah.
kind of fold it on my lap just to kind of keep it with me.
She'll squeeze your hand and say, "Thank you. Please come back soon. We're going to need you." And put that thing on. I want to see you wear it.
Yeah, I'll stand up and I'll wrap it in like the way I was taught, around my waist. And once I get it, I'll like fold it up and do everything that I'm supposed to. I kind of just like, do like the spin, the turnaround.
And with this one, your old Abthu, which was a first generation, meaning that it was for a younger man. This one has the pattern of a second generation, which means that you've kind of hit that point where you're ready to go on your own. It was the one that your father was given when he reached that stage. And with the village elder right next, he kind of looks you over and gives you a nod. Says, "At last you've reached the next stage in the God's plan for you."
I feel like I'll feel a little bit of like pride, yeah, like I did, like let's get at it, like let's do it.
Yay!
At that moment, in comes in Adriel, and she kind of goes, "Ren, Ren," and she kind of opens into this kind of like quiet moment. And she's like, "Oh, sorry, Ren." And she kind of walks up to you. "There's the weird hunter guys. They've come. They're outside. They're waiting for you."
I'll say, tell him I'll be just a minute.
Okay. And
And
she, oh, go ahead.
and I will turn to the shaman and Orson, and I'll say, can you guys give us like one minute?
They will also respectively bow and then kind of walk out through the little flap that is used for the door of the little cottage, heading out into kind of the more main like center area where most people usually actually sit and stay kind of close to the cookhouse. It's just you and your mother inside. And what would you like to say?
I'll like sit down on the bed again and I'll take her hand with both my hands as kind of just like a last ditch effort to like give her some of my warmth. Um, and I'll like make sure like the oil lamp is close and like giving a little bit of warmth. And I'll just kind of like look down at her current state and I will just say, I will find a way to fix this. A way to make everything as it was. I promise.
She'll squeeze your hand. And you've always been like your father, with being the hero, doing what's right. I know you'll do just right. I'm so proud of you. And you're going to make all of Bawoli proud as you go out and see the world, see all those things, and come home. Please come home. And she kind of squeezes your hand again.
I won't be gone long.
And she'll kind of beckon you forward, and as you kind of come forward, she'll kind of grab your head. She doesn't have a lot of strength, but she kind of grabs your head and brings it in and kisses your forehead. And says, "Blessings of the gods be upon you."
And you as well. And I'll kind of like, as she's like holding me close, I'll like hold her close. And I will say farewell.
As you get up and as you go, she says, "May the tides bring you home." And you kind of give a nod and walk out the door. Close by to the house, the main little dirt track that runs through the village, with the houses kind of being separated by the dense trees and stuff like that around them. You see this darker wood cart kind of sitting ways away, and kind of standing close by with your little sister all bundled up in her clothes, standing in front of them. You see this really old man with really crazy wispy hair, and on his shoulder sitting a hawk with this wooden mask with hair coming kind of out of it. And you see next to him standing this giant tall Goliath of a man with kind of a clean military haircut. As you recognize these as the vigils, or the hunters that have stopped through town before and have talked to you. As you kind of make eye contact with them, they kind of nod, half listening to the story that Adriel is telling to them. And the Goliath will say, it is time. We must get going.
Yeah, I'll grab like a bag that I've like pre-packed, like had ready, with all my effects and stuff. And I will kind of just like sling around my shoulder. I'll like adjust the foo at my waist, and I'll look to Henna and kind of give her a look like, you know what to do, like take care of them. And then
You
I'll
can see
look.
that she's like in the middle of like cutting off the heads of the fish, like, and she's like kind of has her sleeves rolled up, and she's like holding a butcher knife,
Yeah.
and she kind of gives you a nod back.
And I'll turn to the vigils and I'll say, "Okay, where to?"
Right this way, as the Goliath says. Is the older man kind of quickly walks back and gets up onto the front of the stagecoach, and the Goliath kind of opens up the back door for you to enter.
Yeah, I'll get right in.
As you enter in, the only other person that's sitting inside of this cart is a woman, a little bit younger than your age. Got kind of darker hair with blue colors in it, and she seems to be half elf. Sitting there quietly reading a book.
I'll get in. I don't want to like interrupt, but I'll just be like, "Hi," as I sit down.
Oh, hello.
I'll kind of like look around, kind of like awkward. I'm like, "So are you in the same boat as me? Like, are we both join like on our way to join the vigils, or are you like a concierge?"
She doesn't even look up from her book. She just she turns a page. No, yeah, I'm trying to become a vigil as well.
Okay, cool. And I look at her and I'm like, oh man, it's like the thing like when like you go and you know like everyone there is better than you. I'm like here, I'm like, oh man, like okay. And I'll just say, well, I'm Ren. Uh, since like we're the first duo, first team. What's your name?
Oh, at this point, she'll like look up and she'll like close her book. My name's Alia. Alia Asha.
Okay, cool, cool. I didn't mean to interrupt your book. You can get back to that. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's fine. I'm sorry. I was being quite rude by only, I guess, half paying attention, and so if my mother weren't here, she would be scolding me right now. So
Hey, well, your mother's not here, so um,
thank
read all
heavens
you
for
want,
that.
I guess.
So You want to become a Vigil?
Yeah, I'm hoping that it kind of opens other doors for me. They kind of get around.
I'm certain it will.
Yeah. What are your aspirations? What's your motivation?
I want to make my my father proud, and
Yeah.
I just want to, I guess, also prove to my mom that I can do something and become something more. So
Well, I think those are valid motivations. I also want to make my father proud in a way.
and yeah.
As you kind of the conversation dies down as the cart is rolling forward, not going at very fast of a pace, but plodding along. Um, we will switch to a different cart, one that has softer seats for sure, and there's a little tray of hors d'oeuvres that have been pre-prepared inside. Um, Adeline, you are sitting inside the coach. Just what have you been doing to pass the time as you've been waiting to reach Felsau?
Well, she's alone in the cart, isn't she?
Yeah, she is.
So she has a small pocketbook that has a catalog of the outfits that she's prepared. So she's sort of been going through and arranging them by color and perhaps appropriate occasion by which to wear them. She's also in her pocketbook she has just a list of spells that she's written down. And what time of day is it at this point for her?
So at this point, you've been traveling for a good while. Like it's been a couple of hours, and so it's probably around, like, you left fairly late in the night and stuff like that. So it's probably getting close to dawn, in a sense. So you've had time to like rest a little bit, and you know that it's a luxury carriage, so it has like the fold out like leg stands and like the tilt back seat. So this is like first class travel right here, for Dungeons and Dragons level of stuff. You're able to get the, instead of just like the simple like really skinny complimentary blanket that comes in like flights, this one's like actually got like little padding and like warmth to it. Though, as you're kind of getting bored of, you've gone through your catalog about twice now, just kind of making sure it's kind of all prepared and in order. You kind of decide to maybe like kind of take a look out. You kind of look out and you can hear on the from coming up in the front of the carriage, someone playing a pan flute. It's kind of a almost like a chipper sound, like I can't perform. I don't have a pan flute right now. It's very nice to hear kind of a more jovial sound as you're traveling. But as you stick your head out, you notice kind of off in the distance, someone that stands out from the other travelers that are going along this road. Someone full white armor, walking ahead of the carriage.
Do I recognize the armor and the insignias?
You would recognize the insignia as someone of the Order of the Triquetra,
Okay.
who are known to be the paladins that protect the Triquetra Gate, or the Divine Gate, that is their calling. And you've had a lot of dealings with them, being a cleric for the royal throne in Theodorn, especially since that's where the Divine Gate is located, and they have also their HQ in Delnor. You see this someone with these beautiful braids running down her back, walking ahead of you.
As we get a little bit closer, I'm going to I'm going to perhaps call to the driver and say, "Could you please pull over? There's a Triquetra Paladin."
Yes, madam. And he kind of like you would notice this behind you, Opal, as this kind of car wheels up to you, and just as soon as it gets a little bit ahead of you, it kind of stops and settles down right in front of you. A little kind of like, oh, whoa, someone's stopping here. Yeah.
So rewind little.
Go ahead.
So kind of like one of those rewind buttons in an old cheesy kids shows. So beautiful carriage shows up. Opal's mind rewind. So Opal's walking down the path by herself, kicking the dirt. Mentally, she's freaking out real bad. And she's just like, all right, straight and narrow path. Like, we know you made that joke. You kind of milked it a little too much. It's okay. Okay, straight and narrow. But technically, you're going off the straight and narrow because of that one thing. Okay. So you're kind of hardcore disobeying your mom. Also disobeying everybody else ever in existence here. You're disobeying your whole order. No, you're not. No. Everything's fine. It's fine. I mean, like, I'm going on an adventure. People sing songs on adventures. Like, yeah, right?
As like a mom with their like small child, as you're kind of like having this inner but somewhat outer dialogue.
Yeah.
They kind of like walk a little bit faster as you're kind of just like talking to yourself.
Yeah, I think some point she would have stopped and turned around and then like, no. Then go. No. So she's still on the straight and narrow path, but continues to flip back and forth. Just like, this is like real bad, but also really good. I mean, this is now. Nothing else matters now, except the fate of the future depends on you. But these are better now. The dirt came. So maybe she'll start trying to comfort herself by like, yeah, like maybe it's like a hero cutscene of like, yeah, the dirt it helps me along the way. It's not funny. So then that happens. So I just wanted to include some of Opal's thoughts.
And then
Dialogue.
as like you're kind of in this middle of like your inner dialogue, you're kind of brought out of it as this carriage stops right next to you, and it's a immaculate carriage. It's beautiful.
Would I recognize anything on it?
Get in, loser. We're going shopping.
You would recognize it as a carriage owned by the House Brightor of Felnor. You've seen that, and you know that they've had dealings with the Triquetra, and you remember you met someone through your studies as a paladin who was a member of that. You're trying to like remember the name right now, but then it dawns on you, oh, I knew Adelaide. That's the girl I met.
Yeah. I'm gonna kick a lot of dirt on my feet.
Yeah, okay, like that. Make your pants look a little dirtier. Like make it look like you're really tired.
Yeah. Yep.
Adelaide's gonna kind of open her carriage door and say, "Triquetra Paladin, where are you headed to?"
Wouldn't you like to know, Adelaide?
Oh, now you know my name. We must have met. Let's see. She's going to like look deep into your eyes and perhaps have a flashback of a girl with the two very blonde Dutch braids, but from a very long time ago, throwing mud in her face.
Yeah.
Back when they were children.
Yeah, it's about to help you jog your memory by pushing your face out of my face.
Oh, well, it's good to see you again.
Yeah.
Well,
So good.
Are you headed farther down this road?
Yeah. Are you?
Yes.
Why?
I'm headed to. What did you say? An audition?
The carriage driver. Madame, you are heading to Felsau to try out for the vigils.
The Vigils.
Oh. Mentally just thinking like, oh, I gotta stick with it. Okay. Like, oh, what a coincidence. Me too.
Oh, well, then you must ride with me. Come.
Oh yeah, I will be most clumsy I've ever been on purpose and splatter myself all dirt everywhere the coach.
I'm so glad you haven't changed.
Still the same person. Warms your heart.
Yep.
The driver will kind of open up the little window that he has so that he can talk into your little compartment. Is everything good back there? Are we ready to continue?
Yes, this is Opal. Opal, driver, Opal, Pablo. Pablo, Opal.
Pablo goes, a little nervous boy, even though he's like, as you look at him, like he's built. It's quite
I'll
weird.
wave awkwardly back.
He goes, I know. And then he like you can see like he's like white knuckly like holding onto this pan flute like too tightly. You're like kind of worried for the pan flute. As like he kind of closed the door. Well, he first will say, "Well, it's good to meet you, Miss Opal," and he'll close the door and like the carriage starts trotting along again.
This is terribly exciting, isn't it?
Oh yes, completely terrible.
Now, I just found out today that our Pablo plays the pan flute, and it's the most beautiful thing that you'd ever hear. It's so pleasant. Pablo, would you mind playing again?
Like it's the wrong note as you actually call him out for it. And he like it's like the little kid with the recorder.
I'll let it warm up. It's marvelous. It's simply marvelous.
You're like breathing heavily.
I like the dissonance. I'm kidding.
Would you like a sandwich? They're a little bit more hearty than what you'd expect at this time in the morning, but I think that for traveling as we are, it's perfectly appropriate.
Okay. I mean, I won't complain with food. So,
Yeah. What's on the sandwich? Is it like what type of sandwich?
cucumbers.
It's a cucumber sandwich, but with a pumpernickel bread, which is a little bit heavier than what you'd expect for like a breakfast spread.
You usually have more of a lighter bread with some sort of like nice sweet tea for breakfast, and this is more of an afternoon meal, like when you would usually do your work around house, say like commanding your servants and stuff like that. That's more of this type of bread.
That really feels kind of like when you wake up from camping and you eat soup for breakfast that has dirt in it, and you're like, yeah.
It's got a very nice like cream cheese like spread with the cucumber. It's very, very delicious.
Yeah. Before I grab, I'll be like, oh, pardon. So I'm not making a mess of the food, but I'm making more of a mess of it somewhere else.
I was just kind of smiling, like kind of poker face, but like polite, like nobility smile.
Yeah. So, I guess the palace life wasn't for you?
No, well, you've been to the palace before. It's not for everyone.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not that I didn't appreciate. I felt very fortunate to be in the position that I was, but when I heard the proposition of the vigils, I felt that perhaps maybe some of my talents and privilege would be better used actually doing something.
I agree. Must be terrible, sitting pretty. But that's one thing we have in common is we both kind of felt, stuck in a place and wanted to prove ourselves and maybe learn stuff about ourselves. So that's something we still have in common.
That's true. I'm going to be honest. I was actually surprised to hear that you were going to the vigils, and What do the other paladins think of your decision?
Would I have a drink at this point? I know we didn't say that, but
She'll get you
there's
a
like a little
fancy,
cooler, like it's like an ice fridge that's like built like in the ice chest that you can't like open up, and it has like these little like cork topped bottles of some sort of beverage.
Martinelli's.
Martinelli's.
Yeah. So I know what you said, but just to put it flavor, if I had one of those and was taking a sip and you asked that, I would have choked and just pop lowers more of that playing. For my training, that's what they wanted. You know, to be more cultured rather than being stuck there. Yeah.
I suppose that makes sense. You'll be able to bring back plenty of knowledge for your whole society, and that would be great.
Oh yeah, all of the knowledge.
Are you at all nervous? I have to say, I am a little bit afraid.
I mean, maybe a little. I'm trying to put on a face, which you can probably tell because, I'm terrified out of my mind, but we're still doing it.
That's true bravery, isn't it? Being able to do something even though you are afraid.
Yeah.
Well, then we're lucky. Both of us are in possession of a great virtue.
Yep. So great.
As the drive kind of continues on, you go through all of the things that you've kind of prepared, like showing Opal the different outfits that you've been thinking about.
Every single one.
Sure, she's excited about it.
Yeah.
Just a little touch, just like a little crumb.
With a changing scene, we are going to go to the Vigil's outpost in Lethanor. Pinkie, you have already arrived, and Moss, you open the door to find kind of like it's almost like as you walk up to the building, you see that on the door, like above the door, is a sign that says Vigil's Watch Post, and underneath that says Lethanor, and you see what looks to be like a stylized version of an eye, with some sort of structure like in the center of it that almost has like a lighthouse look to it. Being able to, it's almost like dual pictures, like kind of transposed on top of each other. It's very interesting how they're able to accomplish that. And as you open up the door, you kind of breathe the air. It's a very like almost woody workshop-esque smell, but you don't see any like tools out or anything like that. But you do see Moss and Pinkie, you see each other. Pinkie, you've already arrived. You're probably sitting somewhere talking with some of the other adventurers, some of the other people that have also arrived. You see what looks to be like a half-orc man, dressed in kind of simple robes, holding kind of like a bag kind of close to his side. You also see someone that's kind of more grizzled, kind of like also like more of a man in like his mid-50s, kind of with like a cloak on with the cloak back. You can see kind of like what looks to be like a spear on his back. He seemed, as you kind of get a closer look, he looks like he is maybe some sort of genasi, maybe earth genasi, as he has kind of this almost stone-looking skin. But the person that really stands out to you as you kind of look around is this kind of more portly man kind of sitting at a desk, kind of like at the entranceway, and he says, hello there! My name is Mordecai, and welcome to the Vigil's watch post here in Lethanor. What can I do for you today?
More
Was that for me or for Sorry.
So you've already arrived, Pinkie.
Okay. Okay.
This is from us. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry for not clearing up.
Mordecai, you say?
Yeah, Mordecai.
Ah,
What's your name?
Mordecai. Name's Moss. Here to join the
Well-
Vigils.
You have come to the right place, mister. This is where you would do such a thing. It is good to meet you.
Likewise.
If I may ask, what is some of your talents that, if I may understand?
Talents. I consider myself one with nature. I am good at. As you see, like, he sort of sits there for a second, like he's thinking about, like, what he was supposed to say. I am good at magic. I'm expert at reading the room. And I'm pretty
And
skilled
like
with it.
all the eyes have like turned on you, and like it's kind of like quieted down. Like everyone's like,
And I'm
Pinkie's
pretty
still
good,
giggling at something.
pretty good with a knife.
"Wow, that is quite exceptional. We are excited to be able to have you here. I'm not the person that's going to be giving the test. Just so you know, that's not me. I'm just here to kind of give you a way station for you to arrive to where you're actually going to be tested. And so, make yourself at home. The side room right here, and he kind of points to a door that's right off the side. It's the door's open. You can see like beds have already been kind of set up in there. This is where you'll be staying tonight. And if there's anything that you need, any food, the helpers here are willing to provide and help you. Just let me know if there's anything that you need.
Yeah, do you got a bathroom? My bladder doesn't hold it like it used to.
Yes, it's actually, and he points kind of down the hall. It's down the hallway, first door to your right.
Thank you, Mordecai. Pleasure to meet you.
You're welcome, Moss. It's a pleasure to meet you as well.
All right. As Moss begins to head to the bathroom as quickly as humanly possible.
Shuffles like the old man shuffle, like, oh crap, it's coming, it's coming. We will. The scene kind of like fades to black, but then fades back in after you like open up the door. So you do feel very relieved.
First D&D character ever used the restroom.
This is wild, guys. This is the height of role playing in D&D right here. This is what we call
Never
fitting
been
in.
done.
Never been done.
All right. So
Um,
I guess Moss would just like stroll back into the main room and just sort of look around, see if there's a corner to sit down in.
At this time, Pinkie, you would notice this old man that had just barely entered and is talking about joining the vigils. Just as like kind of finding a chair to, like in the corner to sit down, wait for the time. It's about afternoon time now, so it's not too far away from time to like eat supper, stuff like that.
Pinkie's going to gasp. Friend! And she's gonna flit over to Moss.
All right.
My name's Pinkie. What's your name?
And then real fast, how tall is Pinkie?
2.5 feet tall.
Okay,
She's shorter than you.
So Pinkie's barely shorter than me. I guess half a foot. But anyways, all right. What are you?
Well, that's a silly question. I'm a fairy, of course. What are
Fair.
you?
I am a gnome.
Oh,
But
are
more
gnomes
importantly-
relatively common? Sorry,
I am
I'm
a
asking
yeah.
Chase.
Wait, was it?
Are gnomes relatively common?
Yeah,
Okay.
you've seen gnomes around.
Okay.
Gnomes are people too.
Okay.
But more
Sorry, continue,
importantly,
Moss.
I'm an experienced individual who
Experienced in
understands
what?
nature and spells.
It's like you can almost see him like looking at his hand, reading something off.
In dangerous situations, I can shoot poison out of my hands.
Oh, that is so cool. Can I see it?
No.
Oh, it's no fun.
I don't want to kill you right now. I'm pretty dangerous. Pretty dangerous. You know, you gotta watch out.
Oh, I see. Okay.
How can I help you, Miss what?
Pinkie.
Pinkie. I like the finger.
Sure.
Then he like sits and stares at you for a second. Oh, you're pink everywhere.
Line delivery. Nice.
Finger.
Yeah, pink's
No
kind of my
transgender.
favorite color.
All right. How can I help you?
No, I don't really need your help. I just want to be a friend. Are you going to be a vigil too?
Yep. And so,
Cool. Why did you want to join the vigil?
you know, I got my reasons. Thought
Oh.
I've lived a long time. Thought might as well try something new, I guess.
Yeah, trying new stuff is really fun. I got to try some pinwheels earlier today. They were really tasty.
Oh gosh, please tell me you didn't eat a pinwheel.
The one of them tasted like bubblegum and the other one tasted like butterscotch.
Curiosity, Miss Pinkie. What is your expertise?
I like to play tricks.
Such as?
All kinds of tricks. I don't know. I like to pop out of weird places. I like to hide. I like to throw parties. Like,
So I guess, Miss Pinkie, why are you here with the Vigils? The Vigils tend to be a place of honor and do good for all people and make money. So yeah, why are you here?
I figured that the best trick I could ever play would be best done through the vigil.
And this trick is?
I'm gonna be mysterious like you and not tell.
At this, you see this sort of like crooked smile on his face as he sort of like thinks to himself. You're sort of funny. I'll stick with you for a bit. I'll be your friend, Pinkie, as he puts forth his little hand to shake.
She's gonna grab his hand and vigorously shake it like, I'm so glad that you're my friend.
Calm down on these joints, you know? Joints are bad.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Keep talking. I'll take a nap while you talk. Sort of like leans back in his chair.
And
She'll just jabber on about everything.
she goes through her whole entire day and then the day before, and it's very nice. It puts you right to sleep as you start snoring. But she keeps going. With that, we pan back out to a different Vigil's outpost in Felsau, as the the cart kind of rolls along the cobble streets, and you can tell that this one, same sign hanging in the front door as was previously described for the other one, half the continent away. But this one, its door, like, it's made more out of like stone and like brick and mortar, and it's kind of adjacent to a courtyard right next to a church of Bogdan, here in Belsau. Bogdan, for those who may not be acquainted with the gods, is the god of law and order. Bum bum. Dun, 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 dun. Anyways, enough with that joke. As you get the cab driver kind of bows, my lady, I hope that the vigils will do you a fine travel from here on out. Your father's asked me to drop you off here and return to the palace. I hope that the drive was to your liking.
Pleasant. I can't thank you enough.
Of course. As you and Opal kind of clamber out of this and shut the door, and Pablo gets down off the side and kind of walks over, and he kind of puts on his little fur hat, and like he's got like a little fur vest on and stuff like that. He's kind of changed from the normal like servant's attire that like was very uncomfortable for him to more of this fur lined clothing. I will wait until you have entered into the building as to make sure nothing happens. As like how the guards that have also been following you like on horseback kind of salute super fast and like unsalute both you and Opal.
And give my father word of my safe arrival.
But of course.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Mhm.
Guess we'll start walking.
As you were right at the front door.
We're at
They
the front door.
they literally drove you right up to the front door.
Okay, well, right before we enter, I want to whisper to Adelaide and like, hey, I'm definitely very nervous and I'm trying to put on a face as I already said, but I just wanted to thank you for your patience because this is.
Oh, okay. Well, I admit I think that I feel the same way, and I'm very thankful that you were willing to travel with me. I think I would have let my nerves perhaps get the better of me if I would have been alone. Shall we go in then?
Yeah.
Right. In we go.
You guys kind of enter into the doorway. You see what was similar picture that has been kind of painted, but more of like the stone fixtures and kind of more arched ways and stuff like that for this building. The torch sconces seems to be kind of more decorated with like leaves and stuff like that. More of a pattern similar to like the grapevines of the vineyards that are Felsau is known for and stuff like that. Sitting behind the table here, off to kind of the side, with a couple of other people sitting around, you first see the person behind the table to be what looks to be this young lady. She kind of is like very like almost seems like kind of a little bit out of it, and you realize that she's a halfling kind of standing on a stool. So that way she kind of is at the normal height of you two. And she kind of like is looking around like, oh, well, hello. My name's Ysolda. Welcome to the Vigil's watch post here in Felsau. Let me go grab my father. He asked me to watch the table, and she kind of jumps off the stool, runs into like the back room, and you hear this other guy kind of coming up, and he kind of comes in, and you see this dwarven man that's kind of stockier and a little bit more like furrowed about. He's like, "Hi, my name's Magnus Ironjaw. It's good to meet you. What's brought you here to the Vigil today? Is there something we can do to help you?"
We are here to enlist.
Oh.
Or to... Yes.
Yeah. Of course. We have set a date today for those who want to enlist for the Vigils to come here and try out. This isn't the place that you'll be trained, but it will help you get there. To say. Anyways, yeah, you can go sit there. The room over there, and he kind of points across the way from where he's standing, because like you kind of come into the building like this way. For those who need to see you can't come in this way. This way, like where my face is where he is, and across the way is like where like the door is. You can see a bedroom there. You can see in this room there's a couple of tables and stuff like that set up. You see some of the people are standing around. You see a man dressed in kind of simple farmer clothes with only like a small pack on his shoulder, kind of sitting there, kind of quiet. And you see kind of like what looks to be a hobgoblin kind of sitting at the same table, but they're not really making much talk. The hobgoblin seems kind of like just like looking around, kind of contemplating a lot. And then you also see standing kind of on the other side of the room, furiously drawing or something, what looks to be elven woman, and she's furiously like seems to be sketching something. She has features.
She has features.
She does have features. All these people have features, even though I haven't described them yet. Barenn, you have already arrived to the Vigil's outpost. You're able to make a good time. As you guys are kind of sitting there in the middle, you see the same Yosolda kind of run out from the back after father, and then you see behind her halfling tiefling kid following her, like kind of yelling, "Yosolda, wait up, wait up!" And then like a little bit older human girl with like kind of darker hair features kind of run past them as they seem to like be running throughout the whole entire house, like kind of making a muck. What would you guys like to do?
I'm going to perhaps like lean in a little bit closer to Magnus, and I'm going to ask, has anyone arrived yet who has previously already attempted to join the Vigils?
I don't know if it's from if they're part of this batch or not. That is a fairly rare case to make plainly. It's usually after you've gone through the test, you usually know whether it's for you or not for you, if that makes sense.
I suppose it's just that I'm not quite sure what to expect, and
yeah, that makes sense. I can't give too many details. They ask us for the safety of the Vigils, and that's why most people don't know much about us. Protection helps come through not telling the wrong person the wrong thing. But I can tell you this, that the trial is different for everybody. Usually you're separated into groups, because most vigils are placed into groups as well. And you're usually given 3 trials, basically. A trial of skill, trial of strength, and a trial of courage. And depending on what you need and which one's the hardest for you, it really help kind of see what you're made of, in a sense. That's more what they're looking for, rather than the just someone strong that can really beat up things. I'll give you that. If you're made of fine iron or fine metal, like a good sword, you'll do just great. But if you have any, say, weaknesses in your blade, you may chip and you may crack. So just a heads up and a warning for you. And the rest of the people that are in this place can also kind of hear his little description that he gives.
She's going to nod very earnestly and then say, I must get my weapon inspected properly then beforehand, and then kind of walk into the room.
Not the... Yeah, never mind. Yeah. Is there anything else that you guys would like to do while you are here?
I'll approach your character, then I forgot his name. Barenn. Barenn.
Mm-hmm.
Is Pablo with us?
Pablo is with you.
Good.
He is like following like 10 feet behind you wherever you go.
As expected.
Does Pablo have to try out?
He is assumed to be trying out as well.
Ooh.
But this isn't like the place, so.
Mm-hmm. So you're just focused on weapon.
Yes.
I'll just scan. You already described, so I'll just approach those guys chilling and talk to Barenn, but I don't know your name yet. So What are you doing here?
I'm trying out for the vigils.
Cool. Where are you from?
Merrill.
I've never been there. What's it like there?
Not much. Pretty plain. There's lots of dirt.
Okay. Dirt's pretty awesome, as you can see, covered in it. Pretty good.
Can I make an insight check on that and just, or like not even an insight check? Sorry, like looking at like what that is. Can I tell like?
Oh, if it's a dookie or anything?
No. Can I tell if that's like
Make a Constitution saving.
hard, like meaning like if that is like hard work dirt, meaning like you know what I mean, or if that's just like what you had done
What I
earlier.
actually-
Like, trying to get a feel for a character.
Yeah, just
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So you're trying to make a
Like would I just be able to tell
a
that?
judgment.
Look at that.
Depends.
Yeah, I'm holding up the book.
How much did you try to hide the fact that you just rolled around in the dirt yourself?
I didn't hide it.
Yeah, you can tell that.
I can just tell.
Like like when someone's working out in the field,
Yeah,
it's like there's specific places that usually get dirty. There's specific places that get sweaty. Like the knees get dirty, the pits get sweaty. It just happens, guys.
It's
Yeah,
not just
just-
my
it's
hands and my shins down. It's
Yeah.
more dirty than that. Nope.
Yeah.
It's just my shins and hands. That's it.
Gotcha. Okay. I just wanted to make a mention of that. Also, I forgot to mention this, but you would notice, especially now that you're up close, his nose is slightly like crooked, as if it had been broken
Mm-hmm.
previously and never was healed in like properly.
Okay.
So, anyway, yes, I can see that.
Yep.
All
All right.
I'm assuming you're trying out as well.
Oh, yeah. They've been investigating it, seeing options with life. And yeah.
And where are you from?
Good question. I don't know how to say it.
You're from Felnor.
Felnor.
Capital.
That is the capital.
Oh, so the capital then.
Yeah.
I've been there maybe once.
Okay. What was your experience?
I had to go and get some supplies.
Okay.
So,
Well, I won't dig too much. I don't need to know everything. But okay. Cool. Well, I hope you do well. It'd be super cool if we ended up on a team together. Which,
sure.
by
Yeah.
the way, what is your name? Didn't even get that. My
Uh,
apologies.
Barenn, and yours?
Opal. I will make the face I made. Just
Very nice. Very pretty.
okay. Okay, thanks. I'll go and try and find my friend. She's probably looking at shiny stuff, trying to buy it or something. Hey,
Adelaide's gonna kind of like walk up to you, and she's kind of putting her sword back into the sheath and being like, you know what? I think that this is reliable workmanship. I don't think that I should fret too much about the material.
As you
Yeah.
can tell, like the sword is like gilded with like gold and like silver inlays as well. Like kind of the same inlays as like the backpack. It's themed.
it has to match. It has to match.
Has to
Matches.
Yeah.
Well, matches Pablo's backpack.
Yeah. I would just make the joke of like, oh yeah, your sword looks great. How about your shoes?
Oh, these shoes will not be the ones that I will be wearing during the audition, but they are fine shoes.
Yep.
Good craftsmanship, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
This is my friend Barenn.
Oh, hello, Barenn. Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet your acquaintance.
How do you know Opal?
We just met.
Well, that's fabulous. And
Yeah.
now you've just met me. My name is Lady Adelaide.
Lady Adelaide, nice to meet you. I see that sword is very finely made.
Oh, are you a craftsman?
No.
Oh, well.
I just know a good weapon when I see one.
I shall trust your judgment. I'm a little bit new to these sorts of things. I would not say that I am completely ill-informed. I take great pride in my education, but I do always respect the advice of an expert. She's gonna kind of turn to the hobgoblin, who I assume is still there.
Yeah. He's just like kind of like looking at you through like.
And your name?
My name's Kyra.
Kyra, pleasure. Lady Adelaide.
Good to meet you. And he reaches up to arm, and it's like not many people notice, but hobgoblins have like super long arms. So it's like from me to you away, but he's like still able to like comfortably like lean back and shake your hand from here. Yeah, good to meet you.
And I assume that we're all trying out for the vigils.
Yes, I have heard that if we come here and we ask to join the vigils, they will allow us to have the opportunity to try out for the vigils.
Yes,
That makes sense to me.
Yes, very much so.
Sweet.
This is good then.
Did you totally just look my character up and down?
She said,
Yeah, she did though. Because she did. I'm gonna say she did. I'm gonna say that she
Tori
did.
legit just did that too. Tori just like
I did that to McKay just because he's cute. But but no, I'm gonna say Adelaide is gonna give him his character the full like. Good then, good. Oh, what? If I'm kind of sussing up McKay's character at first glance, I guess I'm just seeing that he's kind of farmer, simple.
I would say that this is something else that you'd notice. You would notice that he has no weapons, no armor.
got nothing.
He's got nothing.
I think I might comment on that then. I think she would say something like, well, for a man that claims to know a good weapon when he sees one, it appears that you do not have one.
Yes. I don't own any.
So tough guy. Brawling, right?
I can handle my own.
Okay. Nice. Rolling dirt, handle his own. This guy's pretty.
That's an admirable skill to have, I suppose. Is the
Thank you.
ability to fight and defend yourself without the aid of a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
And what's a girl like you doing here? You don't seem to. You don't really give me the vibe of someone that has seen much fighting in her life.
I suppose that's why I'm here. For those of us that are blessed with skill and opportunity, I felt it was a waste to not use it. I'm hoping that through the vigils I'll be able to be useful.
Yeah, I can back that up. Lovely Lady Adelaide, as airheaded as she may be, she's actually super skilled with the sword. Trust me, I know. I rubbed mud in her face as a child. Very good.
Lee's eyebrow at the word airheaded is kind of raised slightly, but in true noble fashion, just poker face.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps we'll have to duel sometime. And Opal, why are you here?
To explore my options. Yeah.
I'm
Noble
Demeritus.
Lady Opal is here on behalf of the education of her the paladins of the Triqueta. Very prestigious group. She has quite noble reasons for being here.
So you don't know what you want to do.
Well, it's more of I know very strongly that I know what I have to do. I know very well. However, it doesn't hurt to learn more. Like Lady Adelaide, I almost said Edelgard. Adelaide said, do you know expanding my education? If you're narrowed in one subject, you're going to be blind to others. So,
Wise words.
As this conversation kind of continues, and each respective person here continues their conversation in their own place, whether it be in the cart or in Alethanor or here in Felnor. The conversation continues. Just so those who may not know, Kyle has some previous arrangements that he has to attend to, so he will not be continuing. I just wanted to ask how the rest of us are doing. Would we like to continue going?
Yes.
Or do we want to... It is 9 o'clock.
I'm okay.
I would
Are
be
you
down
guys-
to continue, but if people want to be done, we can be done.
I'm down to continue.
I think
We
we
need a commercial break.
Yeah,
Nap time.
5-10 minute break.
5-10 minute break,
10-minute break.
and then we were shooting to be done around like 10 o'clock. That's what
10
I'm
o'clock,
thinking.
10.
So those who may be watching on the stream, we're gonna take a little bit of a break, and
I don't have a break screen.
And also-
That's okay. Just turn off your cameras.
Yeah, just mute. Everyone just mute yourself and just turn off the camera. We'll be back. Stream, just hold
Give
in
us a
there.
couple minutes.
I don't know, actually. Is anyone watching the stream? I'll go find out.
D&D considers potty breaks. Yes.
Yes.
I'm just going to tilt this down and... Yeah. Just mute that.
Hello.
Whoa. Wait a minute. I've just been revealed.
He's over here with his hobgoblin arms.
Did you know? Was it hobgoblins or is it?
No, it's hobgoblins.
For some reason, I was like, wait, bugbears.
Oh,
He might actually be a bugbear.
bugbears.
I might have described a bugbear. Hey, by the way, Joy, David, and Brandon, we're going to be jumping back on here pretty soon. So when you guys are
Let
ready.
me actually look. I think it's hobgoblins. Bugbears. Bugbears.
Yeah, I'll look that up because I might have to do an errata and say, actually, I was incorrect.
Actually.
Actually.
Well, I found this.
It's you.
This is the perfect kernel.
The perfect kernel.
The one
Who
that,
had the be back in 10 minutes thing? Was that Brandon?
No, that was us.
Oh, okay. I thought it was pretty funny.
That's pretty good.
Bugbears have long limbs, and I'm gonna check hobgoblins.
I don't think hobgoblins have long limbs.
They might actually. I wouldn't be surprised if both of them do.
It's
What if he just is a hobgoblin with
with really
unnatural-
long arms.
Like that's just a character. trait of it.
Disproportionately long arms.
Yeah.
My mother was a bugbear.
It's a bugbear.
That is an option.
I think it's bugbears.
Yeah.
Not hobgoblins.
We'll just say that his mother was a
I got B.
bugbear. Dude, we just had a
Dude, we just had a break.
literally.
This guy. What the break was for.
Joy, are you here? Wait for her as well.
While we're waiting for her, I was. Wait, hold up. Okay, while we're waiting for her, sorry, I have my microphone set to like a key that I hold down, and I was also in a Word document, so it was like writing. During that, my laptop straight up just like reset.
Oh gosh.
That's why you jumped
I was
off.
like, yeah, I was like, what do I do? Like, I thought it like died or something, but like it's plugged in and everything, but it just like then it started just like booting up again, and I was like, so I hurried and joined on my phone, but luckily it like got back pretty quickly, and so then I kicked me off my phone, and now I joined on it. But I was like, what is going on?
The technical difficulties of tonight. Holy crap.
Yeah.
we're trying. That's what matters. We're here doing our best.
Oh, what's funny is normally like when we did like just a podcast, we didn't have any of these problems whatsoever, and now that it's the first time that we're actually streaming it, oh, it's just
Problem
breaking.
what?
Oh, just like problems like Brandon's thing kind of turned off, or
But also when we were doing the podcast, we were using a different system, right?
it's true. We were using
Zoom instead of.
No, I mean I'm even talking like because we did part of the podcast on Discord,
Yeah, that's true.
and so it was
Brandon,
just
it's all your fault.
it's not Brandon's fault.
It's
How
my
dare
fault.
you
I'm
blame
the
Brandon?
DM. I have to take this.
That's Chase.
Also, Discord did just change like they just came out with an update with some stuff, so that could be it. Because I know we had some issues with audio stuff that didn't work. So
I'm going to text Joy and see if she's on.
I don't know what it was because it was like
I'm
my
back.
whole computer
There you
was
go.
just like, see ya.
Yeah, I'm just eating, so
Oh, no worries. That makes sense.
hey, it's okay. They know that they're gonna hear food ASMR. It was in our intro.
Yeah, it was in the intro. Oh, sorry.
You know the intro you didn't hear? It was in it.
Wait, we didn't hear the intro?
We didn't hear the intro. It's only for people that are watching.
It's only for people that
And
are
on the
watching
podcast.
the stream and the podcast.
Okay, so I have a question. Maybe I'm just techno dummy.
No.
What?
But so after this is over,
Mhm.
can we still go back on YouTube and watch the whole thing?
Yeah.
And will that include the intro and the?
Mhm.
Okay,
That'd be fun.
Huh?
because I wanna.
Mhm.
Didn't see it.
You can go back and watch, and I'm gonna upload this to the podcast probably by Saturday, give or take.
And all this right here is gonna be included because we're just streaming.
I'm just gonna take the
Hi,
audio.
future me.
Hi guys.
Take your pills and change.
Future son, if you ever listen to this, just know I love you. But sometimes
what?
you're pesky.
Joy just left? No?
What?
What just left?
the radio.
Oh.
There's a radio. You're gonna hit play again?
Yeah, I was planning on doing it.
Little quail.
Yeah, here pretty soon.
He's a little kitty cat.
He's the quail.
Note to myself for the future. You're gonna do great. You're gonna finish your capstone. Woo! Everything will be fine. Woo! Everything will be fine. Woo! Yeah.
3 cheers for Faith in her capstone. Hooray! Hooray! Why do I say hooray? Hooray!
Yeah. Anyways, I think since we're all back, like I said, Kyle, his character will be joining us, but
He's sleeping.
he need to go have prior engagements. So
He's taking a nap.
yeah, he's just doing old man stuff.
Old man naps take a long time.
We're going to continue. So where we left off, you guys are all kind of in your own separate little places. As you all continue forward, each one of you would respectively at some point go to bed that night, whether anxiety filled, not getting a lot of sleep, or just in the cart, not the most comfortable ride. But at some point, it's quite strange. You kind of feel this almost lethargicness kind of come over you, and you're able to eventually find sleep, each and every one of you. Even those whose race may allow them to just be in the trance, you find yourself more into a dreamlike state that allows you to kind of escape from this world. As everything is kind of happening, you don't remember much of the sleep, but you do kind of come to more suddenly than you fell asleep. It was more of like a gradual falling into like blackness feeling for the sleep, rather than when you wake up, it's kind of more of a boom, your eyes open up. As you open your eyes, the first thing that all of you notice is that you are on the ground, not in the bed or in the chair that you had been in previously, but you're laying on your back, mid some grass. As you kind of get your bearings, you're looking up into the sky, and you can smell that there's almost like a wetness to the air. As you kind of look around, there is more of a feeling of kind of weight, I would say, to where you're at. And as you kind of start looking around, you notice that there's people around you laying also down in the grass. Everyone here, Adelaide, Opal, Barenn, Barenn, Pinkie, and last but not least, Alia. You are all laying on this grass together. Some of you have not met. These are some strangers. But we've described their characters thus far, and this is what you see. Around each and every one of you, as you're kind of coming to, you notice that you are in the center of what looks to be a circle of mushrooms and rocks that are kind of surrounding the area that you have woken up in.
Rebecca Shrine.
And there is dark, almost misty forests all around you. You all kind of come to, you wake up and you realize that you are not in the place that you last went to bed, and you're with people that you weren't with previously.
Is it just us, or is there how many people are here?
It's just you guys here. Okay.
Pablo has my armor.
Pablo is with you.
Okay.
Got lucky.
I got very nervous. I'm like, if it's starting now and she's in her silk nightgown. Her custom slippers, there's gonna be a problem.
I'll go ahead and stand up and shake off whatever is on me.
You kind of brush off a little bit of the morning dew that has kind of coalesced onto your clothing. You're not cold though. The temperature is quite warm. Actually, Barenn, I'd like you to do a nature check for us.
We can't hear you.
Sorry about that. I will gladly do a nature check.
While he's doing that, Chase, how would my character be surprised?
Partially. You know that even from where you're from, there isn't like a lot of talk of what happens, though you have had this like the feeling of like being somewhere and then being in another place.
Oh yeah.
Afterwards, like you just weren't expecting it to be when it was.
Okay.
That nature check was a 10. I feel like I'm a little out of my element here.
Yeah, definitely. You notice that the temperature is very akin to when you left the southern coast of Lena, the southernmost region of the continent. So it's not like you guys were cold last night, or while you were sleeping. It was quite nice, but the little bit of water is kind of unsettling because it almost gives you the sense that maybe you've been here for longer than you think.
Well, that's not where I went to sleep. I'm Pinkie. What are your guys' names?
Barenn.
Lady Adelaide. Pablo,
Oh,
my
a
armor.
lady. Pablo.
Pablo starts like kind of quickly packing it out.
Yep, I'm just staring because utter shock.
Mhm.
What did I do? Is this the right choice? But I'm gonna try and feel for my sword and just say, Opal, 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 Opal.
You're
Opal?
able to.
Okay, Opal. And you
I'm
too?
just-
You go for your sword or your axe?
Yeah.
You were able to find it. It's all your equipment's still with you.
Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I then will stare at this little pink woman in just disturbed, and he'll just like after like it, just like some silence and like that like weird tension. He'll just say, "Ren."
Ren? Okay. How about the pretty lady over there?
I'm Alia. Are you a fairy?
You guys are so smart.
I've never seen a fairy before. I've read about your, I've read about them, but I've never. It's nice to meet you. Was it Pinkie?
Yeah.
Well,
You
nice
just
to meet
remember
you.
my name by the color of my everything.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Pinkie.
It's nice to meet you too. What are we supposed to do here?
I think our challenge has started.
I agree.
I would also have to concur.
And who are you, little man?
My name's Moss.
Oh yeah, I met him
He just
before.
kind
Just no.
as you guys kind of get a little bit more of the bearing of where you're around, you do notice that there is a path that continues from this point away, and there also is the thick forest just all around you. It's hard to see very far. About 30 feet farther you look, it kind of gets pretty misty. Even down the path, it's a little bit more misty in that direction.
Well, if the test has started, I think we both think we all want to do well on this test. Reason why we're all here. Why don't we? It's just my opinion. You don't have to do it anyway. Independence. Why don't we, kind of figure out where we're supposed to go, whether that's towards the fog, the woods, or the path. In that sense, I would like to do an Arcana check to see if there's any magic going a certain way, many barriers, something like that.
Of course. Do an Arcana check.
I have resistance since I gave that little speech, and I have plus nothing. That's a nat 20. I got
wow.
She got
Oh yeah.
good dice.
So, Opal, you, as you kind of take an innate sense of like, kind of think in your mind straight and narrow. It almost kind of dawns on you like you feel like yourself kind of be pulled towards following the path. You get almost the sense of, and as you kind of listen closely, these woods they're not uninhabited, and there might be things out there that aren't safe. And so you think maybe following this path might lead you to the right direction.
I was gonna do a Rebecca thing. Nope. Okay. I know we just met, and I don't want to come across as, I'm the one with the armor and the giant axe, follow me. But I feel very strongly that we should be on the path.
I trust your instincts. Are any opposed?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm curious, is there like a break in the mushroom circle that we're in for the path, or?
So, like the mushroom, like these aren't giant mushrooms. These are like, to you,
Right.
they're pretty like
Yeah.
knee high. To you, they're knee high. So you're going, but like you can, it's not like a big deal. And they're not like super like close together. They're like kind of spaced out to where like you could walk between them, and everyone else could
Okay.
like step over them fairly easily.
Would I
But
know what
it's
kind of
almost a whole
mushrooms they
circle.
are?
They're various mushrooms. They make an Arcana check for them, actually,
Ooh.
as well.
22.
Wow. So as you kind of think back and you pull out your book that you have, that's just a general overview of the flora and fauna of Yavna, you're able to kind of find a passage about mushrooms, and as you kind of rack your brain too, you kind of think about like what books have you read about mushrooms. You remember thinking you've read somewhere about how some types of mushrooms help to channel magical power. Like magic itself is believed to be in and through all things, but there's some things that are better conductors than others. And these specific mushrooms are usually used to help conduct magic for various things to help like their effects last longer.
Okay.
They would be called something along. They're called by many names, but you would probably have heard them as like mage cap.
Mage cap. Okay. Cool.
Would
Anyway.
your character share that information?
I not right now, I don't think. No.
No worries.
All right, what are y'all doing?
Well, if Opal's...
Does anybody want a song while we walk? She'll pull out her lute.
Why don't we try to be a little quiet so that way we don't give away our location to whatever may be our test? After, let's totally throw a party.
Oh.
To
Okay.
be honest, stealth has never been my forte.
I agree. Very not for that. But to Pinkie, yeah, throw a party after. Totally all for it. Would anyone like to take the charge of being front? Because again,
Pinkie's
I know.
gonna start walking down the path.
Start this one.
Cool. I just trying
Coming
to be like
slightly to herself.
You hear Moss say something along the lines how like the shortest should go first because that means that you guys can all watch their backs, and then it's a line of descending tallness up, finishing on whoever's
Oh.
Who is the tallest in our group?
How tall are you?
6'1".
6'1".
Oh.
How tall is Ren?
6'1".
All right.
And a half.
You guys,
And
oh no! You guys have walk like hand in hand, like shoulder to shoulder.
We look kind of similar. We both have the long hair.
But how
Like-
Yeah, his hair's a little. Ren's hair is a little bit more voluminous, so that maybe gives him that edge.
Yeah. I'll walk next to Ren. That's fine.
Nice.
how tall is Pablo?
How tall is Pablo?
Pablo is not like I never imagined Pablo being like that tall. He's stuck.
Send Pablo to the rear.
Okay.
Well, actually, is that a good idea?
Maybe like you have the two guys and then he's
Pablo.
third.
Maybe Pablo should stay in the fairy circle. Who knows? Well, we're moving on. Walking.
He kind of like looks confused, like whether he should like kind of follow you guys or stay here.
Alia is going to try to find herself in the middle.
Yeah.
What is it?
I
Well,
was gonna say, doesn't he have like hireling instinct? Like, this is what I should do at this point in the game.
he has highly instinct to listen to whoever's commanding him. He'll kind of at this moment be like, "Have fun up part. Do you want me to follow you?"
Now, Pablo, this may be treacherous.
I don't really want to be left here in the mist and the mushrooms and the things.
Then come and stay close and watch yourself.
Alright. From what you can tell, even though he looks very strong, you can tell the way he holds himself. He's not a fighter at all.
Yeah.
Mid.
Okay. As you guys continue down the path, Pinkie, since you are leading the pack, I'd like you to do either nature or survival check as you're walking, just to see how the travel goes.
Let's do a nature check.
Okay.
14.
Okay, that's great. Some of the things that with a 14 you're able to kind of notice is these woods. The types of trees that you are walking past don't necessarily feel like they fit the temperature. It's almost like it's out of place. And this would be something that you would recognize too, Ren, is like you come from a place that has this temperature, but it doesn't seem quite right. Like the humidity and the feeling in the air is less akin to like dark European forest and more akin to like that of like closer to the equator. And so though these forests are like darker and more deciduous in nature, it doesn't have the right feel.
Does
You
it
also-
feel like, like when you're in the sun and you can feel like the sun heat? Does it feel like there's sun shining on us? Because in my mind, we're under like a canopy.
You're under a canopy. And like there's also like a good amount of fog around as well. So it's like where you're at, you don't really see like sun shining through.
But I don't
Anywhere.
like feel any
You
like
can
direct heat.
feel like the heat coming from and through it. And it's quite like with the fog and stuff like that moisture in the air, it's very, very warm to say. You are able to successfully follow. The path is pretty easy to follow. You're able to make sure that you splash in each puddle as you're walking past. Pinkie. And you, instead of singing, you hum a very nice jingle. As you guys continue to walk, eventually, after about 45 minutes of walking down the path, you come to what looks to be more of like an opening in the meadow. And in the distance, you see what looks to be a smaller shack, almost in a sense, like a cabin feel. It's placed amid all these trees. It sits alone. No cooking house next to it, though you do notice next to it seems to be like a small pen, and you see what looks to be small goats kind of carousing inside. You don't see any light on inside, and the door is hung open and not shut.
Pinkie will stealthily approach.
Opal equipped her shield.
As you guys kind of get ready, and as you approach, you can kind of feel the soft earth beneath your feet of this dirt path as you kind of lead toward this opening. Here you can see a few rays of sun kind of piercing through the fog, but it's not a lot of light. It's just like a few rays shining through. But whenever a ray kind of makes its way through, it is quickly kind of swept up into the mist again and vanishes. And then another one kind of pops through and vanishes. Is everyone approaching the house?
Yes.
As we approach, can I do a perception check for any eyes looking through the woods or any signs of fighting, claws, or anything like that?
Definitely. Make that perception check.
I would like to, since I'm in the back, I'm kind of just keeping an eye on everyone. While everyone kind of sneaks up to this little shack, I want to kind of take a look at the surroundings to make sure there isn't some sort of trap set up. Because if I'm thinking this is a trial, this seems a little too obvious. This can't be a solution to go into the lonely shack in a meadow. So I'm just kind of superstitious. I'm hanging back, and I kind of want to just view the situation at large.
Yeah, that would make sense. Were you planning on doing some sort of check as well, a perception check?
You should do that.
Yeah, sure. Perception.
Yeah.
Did you, Opal, what did you get for your perception check?
Opal is kind of letting her nerves get the best of her, and it's kind of when you're going up the stairs and you turn off the bottom light and you go up and your brain just goes oh, someone might be following. Yeah, so some things like normal form of bark, she may think those are claw marks. Because, yeah, she did very bad.
You kind of hurry forward a little bit more, catching up to the front of the group. What were you able to get, Ren?
I got a 21 with perception.
Ooh,
Wow.
for perception. And what were you specifically looking at, if I may ask?
I think just anything that seemed out of place or threatening, or mostly just danger. I don't want this to be a trap. If because we're in a meadow, right? A clearing. If anything is in the woods surrounding us, as well as anything in the house that could just be hiding, that I can see from the outside. Anything that would cause that danger sense.
Okay, you rolled very well. So let's talk for a little bit. The first thing that you notice as you're walking towards it is that there are fresh tracks that have approached this house previously. There's one track set that is booted. Though the tracks seem, from your experience of being able to kind of discern by looking at people's feet, it's something that you did in the village. You can tell kind of who walked up to your house by whose shoe size it is, stuff like that.
Yeah, I want to stress I didn't look at people's feet. I just
You just-
took note of, shapes and, whatever. It's not weird.
It's not weird, but you do know a lot. That's okay. You can tell that whoever this was seemed to be almost limping, but also in a hurry, approaching the house. And some of these other tracks are over it. You can almost see what looks to be prints in the ground, but they're not like that of a normal foot. They almost have the same look as like a bird track, but in humanoid shape. As it's too skinny to be a normal foot, and like there's 5 like rows that go out with like kind of specific bumps for them, as it was like walking, and they seem to be walking normally, and they were walking over the old set of tracks, the boots.
Do I see tracks come out of the shack?
You do
Like, because
not.
these tracks lead into the shack, right?
As you follow them up, and as soon as Opal kind of gets closer to it, she steps on something and it goes crunch. And you see what looks to be a pile of bones laying along this path up towards the house. And then as you kind of look more towards it, you see another pile. And you see another pile as they approach the doorway.
I think as soon as I would see like the first, or even like the tracks that like they lead into the house and don't come out, I'll be like, guys, I'll kind of, as quietly as I can, but whilst everyone's still being able to hear me, I'll be like, guys, I don't think we should go in there. And then I'll see the bones and I'll be like, I really don't think that's a good place to be. And I'll gesture towards the piles of bone.
Would Alia recognize the tracks?
Make a history check with disadvantage, because that's very specific. To like recognize people's footprints. It's not really something that you have a lot of experience in.
Oh,
Just
like
the type of like track that has been made.
Yeah, like whether it's like animal or monster.
Yeah, definitely. Make what kind of check would this be? What do you guys think? An investigation?
Nature?
Barenn's also making the same check.
Yeah.
I don't feel like it'd be necessary. It could be nature.
Investigation.
Could I cast detect magic?
I would think would survival be a good one for like tracking?
Yeah, survival's great. Let's do survival.
During this, since you said Opal stepped on something and it cracked and it was a bone,
Yeah.
Opal would jump back and cling to the nearest person. Yeah.
It's moss.
Wait,
Moss.
Wait, I'm
5,
actually
6,
going all
and
out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Moss is 6. Pablo is 7, and 8 is the skeleton. No, I'm joking. 2, 3, 4. You would jump into Alia's arm, like kind of like jump and like grab a hold of Alia a little bit. As she's kind of like come closer to look at the tracks and stuff like
I
that.
got a 14.
You got a 14?
I'll then compose myself. 14.
I got a 16.
You got 16. So you both are able to tell that these tracks are made usually from some sort of skeleton that has been brought back to life through undeath, or been brought back to undeath, I should say. And as you look at the bone piles, you can tell that these aren't just like someone had set these up here to like detract someone. You can tell that these looked like skeletons that had been that had fallen, and as they die, they break apart and fall back to the ground as kind of more of a pile of bones. It looked like, from what you can tell, they were approaching the house.
Okay.
And the last thing before we move on to your detect magic, Adelaide, I think that you would see Ren as you kind of get closer look at the house and tell people that you shouldn't go there, you would see a figure through the window, because there's a front window kind of close to the door. And then you can kind of see through a line to a back window. And in the back window, there's silhouetted what looks to be a figure that has almost looks like it's passed out on a desk. But it's very much a sense like you can tell that that is a body.
Okay, yeah, I will definitely kind of take a step back. So like kind of like keeping my eyes like on the figure that I can see, because you said like one's kind of like looking through the window.
No, so you see a figure that is like passed out,
Oh, and that's it.
like facing away from you, and that's
Oh, that's all. That's all. Okay. Yeah, I'll kind of like try to maneuver around so I can maybe like get just at like a little bit of a different angle like on that body, kind of be like, oh, what's going on in there? See if like I can sense any more danger in the house, like if he's in trouble, if he's just taking a little nap, you know.
He doesn't seem to be moving, but it does look like a masculine figure. Adelaide, did you cast detect magic?
Yeah, she's gonna cast detect magic and then same kind of moving around trying to look for like any sort of glowing aura to see if she can detect like the school of magic, if any.
Does detect magic allow you to see behind total cover, just within the range?
Let's see. It says within 30 feet around you, if you sense the presence of magic within 30 feet, you can sense magic in this way. You can use your action to see a faint aura. Is that how you say that?
Yeah.
Aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic. So, this spell can penetrate most barriers, but is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
Okay. So as you stand here and you're looking kind of, and you kind of hold on to your symbol of Yalfa, that the symbol of like this moon with an eye in it as well. You kind of take a sense to focus yourself, and you are able to like open your eyes, and you see what seems to be 2 major auras coming from inside it. One looks like it is larger aura, kind of on the ground, close to wherever that figure is, and the other one seems to be like on the desk in front of the figure.
Okay.
And the one on the ground is bigger. The one in front is smaller, like than the other one. You can tell like the size.
Is the one on the floor, can I tell if it's... Is it coming off of an object or human? Can I able to
You're able to tell that the one is coming off of both of them are coming off of objects.
objects?
Yeah.
I'm going to share this with the group. I'm going to say I can detect that there's magic within the structure. There's 2 objects. Am I able to tell what kind of magic, or I'm just able to tell that they are...
You can tell that there's some sort of enchanted item.
Okay. They have an enchantment on them. 2 objects inside, one larger than the other.
Detect magic does let you detect the school of magic.
I do know that.
Oh, okay.
Not that I do know that. I was just like, it doesn't have like a specific school because it's an enchantment on.
I see what you're saying.
It's not like it's like a specific school. Yeah. If it did, it, like one would probably be abjuration, the other evocation.
Okay.
I will give you that. I need to go run to the bathroom real quick so that you guys can talk about amongst yourselves. So, right. Lots of water. I need to be hydrated.
True.
Well, I'll wait for him, but I'm probably gonna go straight into the house.
Do you want that?
You're gonna get turned into a skelly.
No.
A skelly man.
Yeah, when Adelaide says that there's like magic in there, I'll point out like the figure hunched over a desk. I'll say like he could be in trouble, or he's sleeping evilly. I don't know. The malicious sleep.
As you guys kind of share that, I'd probably be like, well, let's go see if he needs help. And then I'll start kind of beelining it towards the door.
And as he's moving, I'm going to kind of remind the group. I'm going to say one of the vigils did tell me that the trials would be of skill, one of strength, and one of courage. So we just need to be mindful, perhaps, of what this challenge will require of us.
That's a
So
good
this
point.
could be the skill to not get turned into a skeleton, or the courage to fight skeletons and save this man. Those are my takes on it.
Did you hear what we were talking about?
I did not.
We all shared information. I'm beelining it inside.
So you're
Pinkie's
just
gonna go up to the window and look in.
I'm just
Being
like, but
sneaky.
not like
about
I'm not like running in a hurry. I'm just kind of like I'm just going
Yeah.
towards it.
Something else that might be known, like since you guys have been able to kind of determine that there's been skeletons at some point here, Opal, you do have the ability as a paladin to use divine sense if you'd like to search the area for undead, fiend, or celestials. If that changes anyone else's plans,
It will not change mine.
Oh,
sounds good.
Alia will announce, just be careful going in there. These mushrooms around are known to enhance magic, like kind of like a conductor of magic. So just be careful.
Good advice, thank you.
Divine.
Who's going to be like if this turns into a fight, who's going to be the front line?
Byron.
Me, who's already.
Supposed to say Barenn?
So, just because Barenn had chosen to run up first, we're going to do him first,
Yes.
and then we will come to you.
Yes.
So Barenn, you run up. The door was open,
Oh, yeah.
but it was kind of half cocked, so you push it the rest of the way open. The first thing that you notice is that, like, the goats that have, as you're running up, the goats kind of all turn and look at you.
Oh, that's
like all
creepy.
three of them with, like, you know how they have the weirdly shaped eyes?
Yeah.
They all three kind of look up at you and follow you as you approach, and then as you get to the door, they kind of put their heads back down
Interesting.
and start eating. You open up the door, and you notice as you open it, kind of the first thing that hits you is like the smell of like cooked potatoes. That is the first thing that kind of like whoa, this is like very humble smelling of living in here.
If that's the first smell, then I will actually kind of make.
Mixed with the smell of death.
There it is.
There
Okay.
we go.
What do I see around me?
So as your eyes adjust to the darkness, you're able to see what looks to be right in front of you is a fireplace. The fire is out. There's still ash in it. You see whoever had run in here had tracked the mud inside on the floor.
Okay.
You see two more piles of bones kind of in the center area. You look over, you see what looks to be a large bookcase close to the wall, right next to the fireplace. And you see books that have been kind of grabbed and scattered off of it. Approaching the other way as you kind of turn, you see a bed in the corner with a little chest next to it and a little nightstand with a candle and a picture on it. And in the other corner, you see what looks to be a man passed out, laying with his face on the table, kind of looking with eyes open at the thing. One hand's up on the desk, one hand's like down in his lap. You notice right next to him on the ground looks to be some sort of make of a crossbow, and you see he has some sort of book open with like some papers and shoveling kind of leading towards where he is sitting. He's like,
Does he look? He doesn't look dead, or does he look like? Does he look dead, or does he look like he's paralyzed?
make a medicine check as you kind of like look.
I'm terrible at medicine.
It is really good.
4.
You don't know if this guy's dead. but from the smell and from as you kind of get a close look, this deep, like black, looks to be wound, like in his back. You're almost very certain, and you don't see his chest rising or falling.
Okay.
It's pretty clear that that's not.
Has anyone else followed me in, or no? Is everyone still outside?
Pinkie is at the window looking in.
You would see the same thing. Opal, as you cast Divine Sense, you do not register any undead within the 60 feet that you guys are in. There is, you can tell like there's faint traces of undead in the area, and you can almost feel what seems to be like a dark curse coming from that figure that had been talked about before, but it's not like undeath in the same sense.
Understood. Question.
Yes.
So we woke up. It was daytime.
It was daytime. It's hard to tell what time of day though because of the fog.
Yeah. Is nightfall coming soon?
You'll have to make a nature check to be able to tell.
That's a 19.
Wow. You think that right now it's probably about midday where you're at.
Figured.
So you have probably 7 hours until nightfall. But it's not like it's bright out here with the fog. The little traces of light have kind of vanished, and the fog is a little bit thicker than it was when you first approached. The last couple minutes is gone.
I've probably made my way after seeing that you didn't turn into a skelly man. Adelaide's probably coming up on the doorway at this point, and I'm wondering if I can see. Now that I'm seeing that it is a book that it's coming from,
So
right?
the way once you're actually able to see inside, who else is going inside? By the way, is it like everyone's going that direction now, right? Brandon.
Pinkie
Brandon-
is still at the window.
I'll get closer so I can like still keep an eye on everyone, but I'm kind of still keeping a distance, kind of looking outside. I don't want to get trapped in the shack.
Okay, that makes sense. As you enter it, you notice the magical aura is coming from the large one's coming from the crossbow on the ground.
Okay.
As you look at it, you notice that it doesn't have any string, though it has like the arms, and it almost looks like a sword hilt has been built into the crossbow part of it, and it doesn't seem to be like strung with, and he doesn't look like he has any crossbow bolts on him.
Okay.
You do notice that a different, like smaller magic order is coming from what looks to be like something like on his finger, like maybe a ring.
And then I'm also wanting to examine the wound on his back.
So as you approach him, here's some things that you kind of to give a description of what this character looks like. That's like looks dead in this area. So you notice that he looks human at first glance, but then as you get closer, the one side of his face that is like turned down looks almost like scar tissue. Like it's not the right color. Like, and not even scar tissue. It's just red. It's like different color, almost like it's almost like a kind of like a scale in a sense. And that eye on that side, instead of being kind of a normal human eye, it's a slit and it's yellow, like iris. He has kind of like, you know what, like the old kind of witch hunter hat is like on? That with kind of like the big buckle, like the pilgrim hat. That on with kind of like a trench coat. Make a medicine check for me.
Oh, my dice.
And while she's looking for a dice or doing that, do you need me to get it, Tori?
I got it.
Is the picture that you mentioned, does it look, whoever's in the picture, does it look the same as this person?
It looks like the same person except without the strange mark, like changed eye feature. A little bit more of his features. He has like the like the lamb chops that connect into the mustache as well, and he looks like he's about like 45 years old. He looks in the picture like younger, but he looks fairly stern man, and he's standing next to what looks to be a fairly stern woman with like have a tight bun up on the back of her head. And they're kind of like they're standing like the old farmer painting with like that. It's somewhat similar, akin to that, except they're not holding like pitchforks.
Not a great roll, but 13.
13. Okay. You aren't able to discern what type of wound this is, though it does seem like it is of magic. And you can kind of tell it has something to do with sapping life away from him. Interesting. As you kind of approach, you with that medicine check as well, you would notice the last feature that I haven't really described about is that other hand that's dangling in his lap. Instead of it ending in a hand, it ends in a tentacle, like an octopus tentacle, which is not the same hand in the picture.
And I also assume that he's dead.
As you feel him, you don't feel him.
What?
You're not able to sense a pulse through your magical.
As she's doing that, I'd like to kind of glance at the book. What can I glean from just... I don't necessarily want to pick it up, but just... You said it was open, right?
Yeah, of course. You look in his hand that he has up on it, and you can see like a quill with dried ink that's been like dripping off of it. And you see what looks to be like a quickly written down like message. Let me see if I can copy this and put it into the resources so that way you guys can read what it says. Let me see if I can. Where is it? Pin message reply, copy message link. Oh no, I don't think that's what I want. Is there not just like a good way to like?
Can you like just hold down? Yeah.
Pinkie's going to loud whisper, "What are you guys seeing in there?"
I'm gonna explain kind of what I'm seeing to Pinkie, and also loudly enough where Ren can probably hear from where he's at
Just
too.
open the window. just come on in.
There's a man in here. It looks like he has a curse, a wound that has affected his appearance. Dark magic. Careful, there's magic coming from both the crossbow and the ring on his finger. It might be good to be cautious around those objects, but it seems safe.
If I can't sense any sort of like immediate danger coming from like the surroundings, or if I'm like feeling a little bit more calm, I will go in the shack and kind of get a closer look.
You feel a little bit more calm. I just posted in the resources. Would someone, Faith, would you be willing to read the note that was left by this man's hand?
I can read it.
Yeah, or...
Oh, wait. Oh, did you ask? You asked Faith. I'm so sorry.
Faith has it up, so she's going to read it.
Sorry for the face. I know that's it. Anyway. Dear Vigils, I don't have much time left. Is that the correct one?
Yeah, this is the correct one. I was just like, wait, was this the old one that I did like 3 weeks ago? No, this is the right one that I fixed yesterday.
Okay, he said that. Dear Vigils, I don't have much time left, and I fear I may not be alive when you arrive. Zolair, a traitor to our cause, attacked me while I was preparing for your arrival. He wanted the rod of regeneration I held to embolden his undead thralls. He plans to outright attack our home. Zoliar, I'm just going to say it that way, sorry. Zoliar has taken the rod, but it's useless without the conduits implanted on my ring finger. My wounds are severe, and I need the rod to survive. Please act quickly. Stop Zoliar and keep the conduit from falling into his control. I implore you to help me. The fate of the vigils and the kingdom is at stake. May the vigils prevail. H.V.D.
After reading that, do I get the feeling that if I were to, or if any of us were to remove the ring, would it cause any harm to him?
You can tell that the ring is like when you read embedded and then you look back at the ring, like on his ring finger, it's like riveted into his skin.
Oh,
We gotta take
oh,
fingers.
so we can't.
So like you can chop the finger or
Or
something along the lines.
just get the rod back here.
As you guys are kind of sitting here, is there any other investigations that you're kind of conducting among this stuff, kind of looking at things?
I know this probably isn't possible since he's not, responsive.
Yeah.
But I just want to a vibe check, or if like the intents behind it seem to be genuine. As is this actually something of a man who needs this assistance, or is it providing this man the actual weapons for him to be successful in his evil duties?
That's a good question. Roll insight check on the note.
Well, she's
Pinkie.
ask Barenn if he feels comfortable removing the finger.
So you said, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if like
Does anyone want to assist?
What'd you get?
A number?
things that you don't need
Give
to.
you.
Is it alright if Pinkie goes? She seemed like she had
Oh, yeah,
something.
yeah.
Oh, Pinkie was just gonna check the room for general, I don't know, holes, places to hide, anything weird.
You notice that a lot of the books on the shelves, like, are about just random things. Like, there's a lot of like monster hunting books, a lot of like books about goats for some reason, a lot of interesting, like different like foraging things and stuff like that. Like how to build a trap how to build the best traps, stuff like that. Like very specific, like survival-esque things.
Mm.
You open up the chest that's kind of close by the bed, and it only contains like clothes and stuff like that. There's like kind of a cabinet kind of close to the bookshelf that just contains like normal foodstuffs, which are very bland. There's nothing like very exciting with these, and you don't particularly notice anything else. I would say though, however, as you've gotten closer to him, both Adelaide and Opal, your divine sense and your detect magic have noticed that the wound on him, and like he's definitely now kind of emitting like it's a faint, but it's still a fairly like it's now noticeable magic aura, like just from him.
Perhaps it's best not to remove this.
I think that perhaps the better option is to get the rod to this man.
I fear that something may. And while I'm talking, can I also kind of, because Opal asked, I'm just going to reach over and kind of tap her shoulder and give her guidance. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Since she did, like, Ayo, anyone?
Also, I'm gonna pick up the cross.
Of course. You pick up the crossbow. It's very, very well made. I will give you the stats for it. And
Fear Barenn that this Zoliar is looking for perhaps what is on his finger. Then we should also protect. That is, what if in our absence?
I don't think he knows what to look for. And then I'll rip the page out of the journal.
as you reach down and you grab the page and rip it, the eyes on the guy that have been told go wide, and he goes, and he breathes in, and he grasps your hand like clutching like death grip, and he He says, they come, they will find us, they will search end for end, looking for it. And then he falls asleep again. At that moment,
Should I get a better insight check? Because he was responsive then.
you get a different kind of sense
Okay.
with your divine sense as that kind of outburst happens. Like, there's almost like a quiet calm that, like, even like the little birds that were chirping outside kind of go, like, you don't even hear those anymore. And you feel something inside. Divine sense, like, clicks in. And you feel 1, 2, 3, 4. More and more. Ren, you outside would also notice this.
Oh no, get inside, right?
Figures have come in from all directions, out of the fog. Just kind of head bent, walking forward with rusted swords, old longbows, approaching slowly. You kind of the crack and like the scraping of bones, walking closer. You feel and sense a good, like a dozen of these undead skeletons coming out of the woodworks. And that is where we're going to end for tonight.
Oh, snap! All right.
You got 10
Did you roll the d4 for
Yeah.
guidance?
to tell whether he's good or bad.
Just in its intents in the note and his behavior now.
He seems, the note seems genuinely concerned about who Zolia is. And he seems like when he grasped Baren's arm, he seemed like in a mad haze. Like scared, desperate.
So I can take that as all right.
Yeah.
We will.
Also, I would have noted that Barenn probably didn't react super scared.
Yeah, he just goes, oh.
Did any of us notice that?
Yeah, you were right there, weren't
Yeah.
you?
Okay, so
Yeah.
Probably, and Pinkie
Everyone who's
probably
here
noticed.
would have heard him yell that.
Oh, he yelled it.
All right.
Did Alia get a chance to hear or read that note?
Yes, you did as well.
Okay.
Cool.
All right.
I want to keep going, but that would not leave a good cliffhanger. So
Let's not hear it.
So we're going to come back and we're going to probably start with our first combat of the campaign.
Ooh, snap.
Do we still end it the same way?
I think we
I
do.
like it.
Brandon wasn't here, but
Brandon, and for our audience, those who don't know, the way that we end our podcast is, by just saying things like dungeon,
Dungeon.
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 dungeon,
Dungeon.
Dungeon.
Dungeon house.
and then you watch me run upstairs while I go end the stream.
Woo! Run, McKay, run.
Look how fast he can go.
It's a speedy little guy.
So
Look at him
fast.
run. Look at him run in fear.
Yeah, ring that bell.
this was
Subscribe, like,
That was good.
post.
Smash that like button.